Hey, hey guys, what's going on? Hey, hey, just think about it. Sci-Tie Podcast, we back, number 60. I'm testing this all out because we should have some fresh Wi-Fi going on. Y'all know the deal. We've been manifesting this for a while, and now it's here. So we're gonna take advantage for it as long as I can this morning. So light up your L's, grab whatever it is that y'all need, or just hey man, just sit back, relax, and let's tie it on out. Combine our minds with our hearts, connect those two circles, let whatever come out, just come on out. Feel myself trying to remember the old spills, but forget the old spills. Let's just keep the ball rolling. What up, bro? What's going on, Prince Pearl Double O? Prince Pearl. Just checking out this new internet, make sure it's all working. Thing times is moving, growing up in so many ways. Growing up and not growing up at the same damn time. How about that for you? growing and imagine growing up into realizing that you're just a kid the whole time. Have you been to the fairy kingdom? Giving off height, Copper God Chi. Not particularly. Not particularly that I can recall right now. What I remember is like a Looney Tunes, cause I was watching Looney Tunes all day yesterday. The Tiny Toon Adventures, the one made by Steven Spielberg, and I was talking to myself the whole time, like, hey, this is how it is when I go really into those mushroom trips. It's like more of a Looney Tune thing, but Fairy Kingdom. Oh, looking forward. I was just calling my girlfriend and her sister a fairy. Oddly enough, yes, 2 days ago. I was like, these two fairies, man. But no, that's the role. That's the role of the jungle. Let me share this page on the Discord. Oh yeah, and all the cool stuff. Like if y'all whenever y'all know this channel, y'all can hop in on the Discord and talk, chop it, let whatever come up, just chop it up. Hey, hey, Rick the Matrix. Awesome. Awesome. Got this new internet, so giving it a go around. Gotta support the channel, and finally got some cash to do it. Thanks. How's the day so far? I know it's like the afternoon over there already. Uh huh. What's so special about it? Whoa. Oh, I just typed it in. TR. You said T. Wait, T3V3. Uh, TR3B. Got it. Oh wow. I used to hear about when I was looking into UFOs a lot. But I was thinking about that black winged bird. Oh yeah, that's this one. I seen this one. And those Arizona lights. I'm looking on the wiki now. Wow. Yeah, you know that tech is out there. It gotta be. I'm looking at it right now. It say TR38 block mantra. Hold on. Oh, gotta mess with the zoom. What's, yeah. Wow. Yeah, I don't know about the triangle, but I did hear about that. Like they were out in the space station looking down and see objects. I used to see it on Discovery Channel or History Channel, one of those. Same. I used to want to be an airplane pilot in middle school. I took a couple courses. My math teacher was offering it after school. But no, with the UFOs, man, it's definitely a lot of stuff out there. Cause I'm seeing right now how they saying it was, they saying it was a surveillance aircraft, that TR-3A, speculated to be developed under a black project. The only evidence is several reported sightings over at Antopoli Valley in Southern Cali. Or no cloud either. You know, all that stuff is strange. Cause I be saying, even if it's not for the fearful reasons that they be trying to put in the movies and stuff, it's still something going on. Like it's there. Mm-hmm.
It's pretty neat if you look at all of it.
There we go. There you go. I would have to fix the audio for a minute. I heard you. They couldn't hear you on YouTube that whole time. It was like I was talking to myself.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it till I didn't see the bar moving. I was like, wait a second. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, Rick. The Matrix.
Is that all good, bro?
But he was mentioning, guys, how his sightings all over the world because of cell phone cameras and stuff, able to catch more objects than just the little footage we used to see on History Channel by airplane pilots or so-called NASA and stuff like that. Now it's everyday people getting glimpses of this cool stuff.
That one now, though, that they actually put on CNN and all of the big news networks that the Navy pilots were chasing, that's something different,
Oh,
bro. That Tic Tac thing.
uh huh.
And if it's not aliens, I think it's a technology that only the elite can afford to build or whatever, and they use it just to keep their affairs in order and stuff around the world, and they can just go from here to there, point A to point B super fast. I mean, they checked out, they found them things checking out these bubbles of water in the ocean when they went out to do some test flights, just preparing like, for war or whatever. And they picked up these things on radar, bro, and there was like five or six, and it was watching this bubble in the water, and all of a sudden it noticed the jet pilots, and it flew from like 50 feet above the water to 20,000 feet where they were in seconds.
I'm on the CNN page
Oh
right now.
shit.
Yeah, the seconds thing, because sometimes I be thinking it's less than a second.
Yeah, well, they're saying it's about less than a second, and like they said, they seen it go from 60,000 feet, which is almost out of that's like space, down to damn right above the water in the ocean, like 10, 15 feet. They said for a regular pilot to do that would be suicide because you got to judge the water and the air as you're going down in the horizon at the same time, and you got to do it slowly, or else
Yeah.
you'll just hit the water.
All them G forces gonna knock you out. And that
It's
water
wild.
impact. Like the water, like once you hit water at a certain speed, it's like hitting flat ground, like concrete.
Oh yeah. There was like 8 people here in Florida who figured that out the hard way. They tried to do a pendulum swing from the Skyway Bridge in St. Pete, and the string snapped, and they went from like 90 feet in the air to the water. All of them, all at the same time. It was all busted up.
That's wild.
The technology though is got me tripped out today.
Uh-huh.
I got on it last night because I was before the live came on. I was looking at the damn stars, and I seen 3 damn different satellites last night just cruising by. It's just a steady little dot in there. Don't flash nothing, and it goes cruising by.
Hmm. And the
It's
thing about
probably
it,
GPS.
yeah, I'm just thinking about the one that I saw before too. But that's cool because, but I don't know. I'll be thinking that they gonna stop. Like, do they see people looking back at them, or do they it's not noticeable, or it's so much?
The one pilot, he said it took that craft a minute, so apparently they're using their eyes along with other devices. But this one, what did he say? The one pilot, after they landed, they told the other pilots that were fixing to go out about it, and he's like, I'm gonna go find this thing. And he went out, and he had missiles on his plane and everything, so he was able to go out and engage this thing. And when he went to put his lock on it, it totally jammed his lock, and he couldn't do anything. And the thing just totally had him if he wanted him. Could have blown him out of the sky.
Wow. Yeah, I used to hear about those stories about the aircraft circling the vehicles and like seemed like it was checking it out, and then another moment just would zoom away and like nothing ever happened, but it appeared on the radars and everything. Like all these stories about radar jamming and all this other stuff, like it's
Bro,
not made up.
the one Tic Tac thing, when it went from the water up to the pilots to check on them, it looked at them, and then as they were flying around it, it kept going with them and staying with them, but at a certain distance where they couldn't catch up. And if they tried to accelerate, it stayed at that same distance and shit like that. The thing was amazing, dude.
Like, where does it actually exist?
They had no clue, man. There was a guy who had webcams set up in the desert, and he caught one blasting right past his camera. Fucking so fast, he had to slow it down because it was like a flash of light, and he slowed it down, and you can actually see the craft whipping past it. Same damn thing, Tic Tac, no wings, no nothing. It's just like a tube, just flying through there.
Yeah, bro, all these UFOs and stuff. It's cool. You know Bob Lazar?
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about earlier. The one
Yeah.
that worked at Larry Area 51 or whatever.
Yeah, he was on Joe Rogan before talking about having a conversation about the technology he was able to work with and witness and stuff like that. And it all seems science fiction, but it's like now that I'm in the psychedelics and I'm seeing how science fiction is like science like from somewhere else that I've been experiencing. Like, look,
That's for damn sure.
yeah, technology here can't be that far off because I'm not the only one that experienced this stuff. Like, not
Now,
not at
now,
all.
now, if we have that flying Dorito and it's out there and people are starting to see it, that means we got something better. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit'll take you down a huge rabbit hole for days. And I just like the technology.
Yeah. I be thinking about.
Aliens and shit's crazy, though. Aliens, I see shit all the time, you know me, but so I don't know, I can't differentiate. It doesn't bother me if it was a real or fake. I wouldn't tell the difference anyways if I was by myself, you know.
That's true. That's true shit right there. Uh,
Cool, you got on a live, bro. What's up?
yeah,
Cool,
Nicholas.
internet and all that.
Nicholas had just wrote. He said, I don't know if he's still there. He said you went on a microdose .2 and went on a walk, smoked a joint, didn't expect anything, but damn. I think, yeah, but I think with little doses, it's about your setting. Like how much you can bring out of it. I've been seeing.
That's for sure.
Because sometimes I could take a little thing and then I'll be real busy, and then I won't even really notice that I took it. I'm like, oh yeah, I did take a mushroom or something. But then when I sit or I'll go for the walks in the parks and stuff, or go skateboard, really. When I go skate, I'll be like, oh yeah, I feel my body moving differently. I feel my thoughts thinking like differently and stuff like that. Like I get more into my body memory on low doses sometimes too. Like instead of me having to think about doing stuff, I just move into doing it, which seems weird because that's how it should always be. Like yesterday, I had a little bit, and I just felt cool. Like all the thoughts that I was just doing, that I was going through, trying to build up so I can feel a certain way, or like, man, I gotta go do this. It was just like I gotta go outside so I can feel this, or I gotta do this. Like, oh, I feel I'm all right now. Let's go do this. Now I just want to skate. I just want to play the video game. It's not like I'm trying to block something out in order to go do it or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when my heart tells me to do something in my head, I jump on it as quick as possible. That's how I keep my sanity, bro.
That's what I'm getting on. Because I'm seeing how insane I actually was, thinking I was sane. Having all these rules and ideals and stuff. And I was seeing how a lot of my stuff was coming from my family, like my grandmom and stuff.
Yeah, I had to remove myself from my family for a while because it was just bringing me down.
Hey, what's going on, Brad? Brad jumped in the chat.
Yeah.
And Nicholas real fast. He said nothing crazy but the colors, and that high is more of a perspective shift. Perspective shift than a weed high. A lot like that. I like it a lot. Yeah, it is a perspective. Yeah, like we say, to shift your perspective, your thoughts. And once you change your perspective, like you in a whole new ball game. Might as well be in another reality. Start doing different things. And then the day before, you like, man, I would have never did this. Like, that was another reality. To me. But yeah, when you were saying about listening to the thoughts and going what's in your head, I'm like, yo, those are my thoughts. Because there was a lot of times you wake up. The grandmom and the family ideals, they be saying all them other thoughts that don't fit into what was already comfortable. That's the devil, or that's something trying to knock you out of what your focus or something. You got to stay focus. And I see how honed in I was focused on. I don't even know what I was so honed in on, but now I'm honing out. Like now I get out of myself and be like, all right, now what's going on? What's going on with you?
People get too comfortable and they use excuses like, oh, the devil or this or that, because to not do something, to not advance or go forward because they're comfortable and they don't think they need to go forward in anything. Sometimes, or they don't want to, they just make excuses sometimes because they're comfortable.
For real.
I just don't, I jump on it before I can make one, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. What's going on, Anki, eh? Yeah, I've been jumping on it since I moved to Cali, oddly enough. Now that I'm thinking about it, like that move when I did to Cali and moved away from my family and stuff. And this around when I started doing acid. So I was having all these thoughts and just the magic of it. Like that's why I think all this stuff, when we put our mind to things, it really happens. It really is happening. And when you follow those thoughts in the train, like those thoughts in the train, your train of thoughts, like you leading yourself to where you want it to go. And like when you get off that train, you literally taking a pit stop in some other world. Like I'm gonna stay here for a while, see what this town is about. And all in all, and then I take a trip, and I'll be like, man, that was just a distraction town, or it was some awkward, weird adventure real fast, or that was real upsetting me. But I made it, so I ain't that upset. That's why I like the psychedelics and that break the matrix. That I'm seeing that the day is like me. The day that's setting up the scenarios, they be like, man, like why would somebody set me up to have this bad day, or man, why would they want to do this to me? I used to go through that a lot, and that's why I was getting into the conspiracies all heavy, I was like, yo, it gotta be
Yeah.
somebody messing with me. It's a man behind the curtain, the puppet master. Metallica said, Meister puppets pulling the strings and
The
all that stuff.
conspiracy theories, bro. I think the conspiracy theories to me were like I was always playing the blame game as a kid. My brother did this, my sister did that, everyone did this, everyone did that. And then I got off that shit, but I started picking up conspiracies in place of that. You know what I mean? Instead of blaming everything directly in front of me.
Yeah.
I did, well, is the man, is this motherfucker did that.
It's like your smartness. Like, man, I'm mixing. That's where conspiracies get confusing for a lot of people. Like, is in certain stages in my life too, and like, cause like think I'm using my ultra smartness to get over everything. Like, no, y'all confused. Y'all think it's the government, but it's really the people behind the government that they worshiping.
Fuck yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, I got this extra sense that it's something else going on, and y'all just don't understand.
Yeah, yeah. The
Oh,
same shit, bro.
I did. I used to watch hours and hours of YouTube videos, and I learned a lot from it. Like I said, I think that was my mind really trying to show myself that it is something beyond this realm, and in this physical reality. Since I wasn't like on the psychedelics heavy at the time, or kind of not on them at all. My mind was searching for a mystery. Like, that's what it was doing. What's the next mystery to solve out? Because all these other mysteries is boring. Like, this is the new hot shit. Like, this is the Illuminati. The Illuminati, illuminated, the devil worshippers, the Satanism, the Baphomet statues, and all this other stuff. It's like,
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
and now it's like, wow, all of it is just a story, and I'm all of it. But I like that I was able to go into it because now I know the psyches. Like, I experience the psyches and the thoughts that come to a person's minds when they're in that kind of world. And still, they have their own characters and stuff to have their own individual lives. But it's so much similarities that just like you, like when you hear me say it, like you know exactly what I mean. But if I was in it, and if you was in it, you probably try to convince me with thoughts like, "No, man, what you mean though? You ain't see that one doc? Let me send it to you right now. You missed this one."
Right.
Hey, what's going on? Better off dead 44. Well, 444. Man, who's the first better off dead?
There's 444 of them.
But yeah, I love all of these things that's going on. And it was some movie yesterday. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying about assimilating all the thoughts. Cause now I understand how crazy I am, so I don't try to fall into something to try to be more crazy. You know what I mean? Like,
Hell
you
yeah.
go into a concert to feel it. Like, I don't have to go to the concert to feel crazy. Like, I am crazy. I don't have to go into this or that. Like,
You are the concert. You are the circus.
yeah, we are that, bro. Hey, thanks, NK. Yeah, we try to do what we do. We try to bring on all the cool people. NK said, I like this stream and the true stream, a lot of cool people. It's all the same people, really. We all the same.
Hell yeah.
We all in this. Oh, I was
Yeah,
watching this movie. You ever see Yes Man?
No, what is it about?
It's with Jim Carrey. I actually fell asleep on it. And it was a movie though where he had to say yes to everything. And he went to this his friend recommended it to him because he saw he was still working the same job at the bank and stuff. He was real good at it, but he didn't want to be promoted, so he was still doing the same old, same old. He said, yo, you gotta go meet this guy. And he got me to teach my mind to say yes to everything. And now things is like going way better for my life. So then Jim Carrey, he go to it. And eventually he's hypnotized to say yes to everything. And if he says no, if he thinks that he says no, then things start going bad. And I was like, yo, I said, what's going on with this? Because this is like another crazy that you can get that I remember I was getting into, like saying yes to literally everything. But it is a bigger picture to it, too, I was seeing. But I didn't watch the
Hmm.
end, so I don't know how it ended up. Because me, I think a lot. And I overthink a lot of things, so I wouldn't be like saying yes to stuff like, well, I don't know, and it made me miss out on a lot. So when in the beginning part, at least what I got out this movie, when he was saying yes, it was bringing him into awkward circumstances, but it was cool at the end. Like he was actually feeling good. He was doing cool stuff. But oh, now I know what I'm really hitting at. Hold on, let me see what it say at the end. Carl goes on a convention house. Blah blah blah.
I'm gonna have
And,
to check that movie out.
yeah.
Sounds funny as hell.
Sunrise Figures by Louis Shower. I'm trying to hurry and read this thing on Wikipedia about the how it ended. Carl removes conscious recovers consciousness. Terrence tells Carl that the covenant was not real, but it was merely a starting point to open Carl's mind to other possibilities, not to permanently take away his ability to say no if needed to. Free from this restraint, Carl finds Allison teaching a sports photography lesson, admits that he is not ready to move in with her just yet, but he genuinely loves her, and they reconcile with a kiss. All right. I'm glad they ended it like that. Cool. Cause I was gonna just talk about my life, and it really was like that. Cause when I first started doing mushrooms and stuff, I thought that I had to, because I was saying no to so much. I was saying yes to like everything, and saying yes to things that was making me uncomfortable. But me saying, well, it's the universe. I gotta trust the universe. I gotta just say yes. Well, let's just go on and do it. And then, and then at the end of the day, well, a couple days later, I'll be frustrated or just have these other vibes about me that I didn't really know why they was there. And then I do mushrooms, and they would like show like, yo, you really wasn't feeling like this right now, or you really feel like this, and you're doing that. And I'd be like, well, I don't know. I just got I don't want to mess things up. Like I didn't want to mess nothing up, and it got me into a lot of scenarios, like even in my love life and stuff like that, and accepting things. And then it will come out in me saying, well, in arguments, and like, well, I ain't like this, and yeah, I was being nice. I was just being nice, and I'm like, well, why are you not doing it now? You take it back. Like, no, I was really feeling like this. So now I'm seeing all my thoughts that I have, just like the movie was saying, all my thoughts matter. And it's like now the more I flow with it, I'm not trying to pick it apart, because you change all the time. You change in every moment. You can be, your favorite color could be blue, and then it can be red, and then it could be this and that. That's like my personality dissolution is like, I don't. My personality is just out there. It's very malleable, which is scary to used to be scary to me. I'm seeing in my life because my mom was like that, and my grandma was always coming down on my mom for being like that, to the point where my grandma kind of raised me, because just the responsibility she thought she had to take because of how my mom was. And I just was thinking about this about 2 weeks ago on mushrooms. So this is fresh, and I was like, yo, that's so true. So then the ways that she was trying to keep her life together and hold her psyche into a so-called linear path or stuff like that, that was the things I was keeping on in my mind to do things, when really I got all these other thoughts that's like so broad and out there in my personality that it's scared that it would scare me at times to be like, whoa, I'm like that, or I think like that, or this is what I'll do. But now it's like, man, fuck it, like fuck it, game on. Like this is a lucid dream. It's another me doing something else somewhere else. So why not? Like just go. And I've seen them thoughts be adding up to the bigger picture. Like I said, man, and the bigger picture of this life right now, like not the bigger picture of the truth and all that shit, but just my life start making more sense. Like it start connecting back to my childhood, and it'd be like, yo, that's why you was thinking like this as a child, so you can do this right now, or that's why you did this a long time ago, so that this moment can happen now. Now finally it's going like this, and I just be sitting back like, whoo, whoo. Like the person I work with, Rape the Matrix, she be saying, she be calling me a man, and I guess this is shocking. Man, it's still shocking too, because she be seeing how I see myself and how I talk about myself on mushrooms, or like when I'm in my highest state, like a magician, reality, or old soul. Like she used terms like, "Oh, I can see you're an old soul," or like, "I can see your mind is in galaxy right now." It's like just spread out through time. Like you're not really here, but you hear at the same time. And she just be saying, and we be syncing up, talking about animals. And like she's a real what people call spiritual person, but not really tied into just one groove. So she's a mystic. I call her a mystic. old. She like 60 something, and she's
cool.
yeah, and she working with me like with money wise, like trying to help me get a business mindset, cause she's a real businesswoman. She's real business orientated on top of that. So I'm gonna introduce mushrooms to her soon, so that I talk to her a lot about it, and she be asking me what's my goals and stuff with it. But I think it would really help balance her out with that mystic and that business side, cause I see the anxiety that's causing. But she working with it, yeah. Because she really see the spiritual, and she be saying people be calling her crazy and be calling her a witch and stuff like that. But she be like, I don't care. Like, I just do my thing because I know. But it's what I would just say, how she say to me, how she talk to me, is like she talking. It's like I'm in a reality now where like people are is because whenever people talk to me, I don't see it as people so called feeding my ego or something, but I see it as like humble reminders, because I grew up rejecting what everybody was saying to me, like nice things, especially nice things. I didn't care what anybody had to say about me nice, and that's what made me more depressed, because I wasn't paying attention to the nice things at all. I was just paying attention to the bad things. I was like, well, this is who I really am. Y'all see this, but it's really all sad and all fucked up. And y'all all wearing masks too. Y'all all acting happy too. Y'all ain't happy. I went through all of that. What's going on, King guys? What's going on, King guys?
Yeah, I was like that too when I was younger, bro.
Alright, bro. And then I thought it was a superpower. I was like, y'all just seeing things I ain't seeing. Well, it was a superpower in a way. Because I still use that to this day. I just got more working with it. Because that's what people have problems in psychedelic trips. Like giving up all of this stuff. And feeling bad about something that they did, or like coming across that Joker in the trip, like the jester, and them becoming like that jester. You know, when you come in touch with that madness, the taste of madness.
You have to, and then you gotta get over it, so that way you can get on with what you're looking for, bro.
For real.
Because if not, you're gonna encounter that junk just about every time.
And that's why I'm seeing these religions and stuff too, how backwards it is. I look at religions and all these books and stuff just like movies. Like in the movie Jet Li with the One, I finally watched it. I kept telling everybody else to watch it, and I didn't see it in a long time, so I finally watched it. And it's that movie where they say that all these other realities exist, and Jet Li is one of the realities of version of Jet Li. I forget his name in the movie. He wants to be the one, so he's been going around collecting the different versions of himself from different realities by killing them off. And in the movie, they plot it out by having this interdimensional police that's trying to stop him and stuff like that. So they put it off as he's the bad guy in the movie. But in the beginning, he talking about, yo, I got all these special powers and newfound abilities, and y'all just try and stop me. And even in the end of the movie, they still try to put it off as if he was bad, because it was this one kind-hearted one that wanted the family and all this other stuff, and then wanted to merge with the other guy and saw what was going on, and he got help from the interdimensional police. So when you're watching the movie from a certain perspective, you like, wow, like, yeah, we really gotta hone into this. I'm just saying how I was looking at it. You really gotta hone into this realities to get the family popping, and just like that's it. And that other thing, trying to be all multi-dimensional and stuff, like you can't do that. The police gonna get you, and its rules are set up for a reason and stuff like that. And I'm correlating it to the demons and devils in the Bible, how they say like the devils and stuff is in hell, or you don't want to think certain things because you're going to be encountering the devil or Satan and stuff like that. But in actuality, the whole story is always flipped around. Like we're that Jet Li person going around in other dimensions. Like it reminded me when True was saying, I forget the video he uploaded like last week when he said he was in that mushroom trip and he saw himself in another reality and he had to kill off that reality because it was like a beta version, as I call it, reality that wasn't fulfilled or something like that, and some daydreams. And I was just seeing it too in my life, how the daydreams we have, like the thoughts that we have, that's the for us to do now, like not for somewhere else or something. Or sometimes you let it go because you don't want to just kill somebody sometimes, but you want to you want to go with your thoughts, go with your train of thoughts that you get to, that come to you and stuff. And I see those thoughts, and during my mushroom trip it'd be confirming to me that all them daydreams I have, all the dreams, like all them ideas are all realities. All realities are with a whole life, a whole world, thoughts, ideas, and feelings, and all that just jazz, all going about. And I'm tapping into it or creating it at the same time that I'm tapping into it when I see it. So I see it as to tie it all in with the Jet Li and stuff. Like we really gotta. And when we was talking about the devils and stuff, like all of that, man, you gotta go into that. Like if you're not at that point, yet, where you can look back at it and all this is just nonsense that I'm talking, period. But if you seeing that stuff as devils and stuff, I see that as like a psychological gatekeeper that you created for yourself. And you made it so scary. Like you made it that scary. You made it like that.
Is it a barrier or a dam that you put up in life somewhere for as a freaking like a way of protection or something?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a defense mechanism or something. So of course it's gonna be as fierce as you are, or even worse when it comes out.
And you notice that too. The Christians or the people that try to be the best be the worst devils because they trying to run away from themselves the most. Like grandmoms
People
and
that are
stuff.
super high morals and stuff. People that have super high morals and shit, I think go through it the worst because they got so many demons trying to be so good. That's a lot of demons. You got a lot of demons thinking that much when you ride on a high horse.
For
You
real.
know, damn. Like to even stay that way, you're actually doing atrocities and you don't even fucking know it because your mind's tuned a certain way, but it's good in your reality's eyes. Like the Crusaders are Christians.
I
Hey, it's
know.
good. Let's go murder everybody.
And take all their
Simply,
treasure.
yeah. And that's all for Jesus.
As long as you got a reason. But yeah, the morals get you fucked up. That's why I don't
Yeah, they
believe in
can.
utopias.
Yep.
And everybody trying to
Go
live
for
up to a
it.
certain moral standard. Everybody? What if I
It'd
grew up
have
like
to be.
this?
It'd have to be a psychedelic type utopia, not a like a moral type one, because you'd have to go just everyone would have to be high on psychedelics and go on with the flow instead of worrying about control and greed and all that bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the control is big because control goes deep. Control goes deep with words and what you decide to say, and people really don't know what they saying. They don't know the power of it. They don't know how it's creating the world right in front of them, right as they say it. So that,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. And the change, like psychedelics, they really give you that fourth wall breakthrough, where you can think about things in another way and really make that change that you would have thought about a year later. Like, oh, you ever had them thoughts and you go through things and then like a day or something later you just be like, man, if I would have just did this. It's like psychedelics, when you in that flow, they always have you in that flow of this is what you doing. Like this is what you would have did, but now. Like you going back into the past and like these deja vu moments or stuff, and you like, well, in this deja vu moment, I remember all the other deja vus, and now this is what I'm gonna do right now because I so clearly see the shit going on.
Yeah, and they gotta change it.
Yeah, that's the cool part that that I didn't really expect.
It's like, what did I do in the past? Oh well, I wish I could have changed it. Well, and then you get an uppercut from the psychedelics, and it tells you change your shit now.
I
Make it
know.
better now. Fuck
Like,
the past.
like time don't exist, motherfucker. What you talking
It'll
about?
rub the past in your face just so you learn from it real quick, and then you can proceed.
It's just like the cartoons. I was just imagining a cartoon, you running down like a dark nothingness, and they just keep flashing images of your past, but you still running. And you're like, finally, and then you leap into the white light or into your bedroom.
Yeah. My friend's kid bought some damn Tabasco sauce flavored jelly beans from Jelly Belly, and they're in a fucking plastic Tabasco sauce bottle. That looks just wrong.
That remind me of the old Harry Potter jelly beans. They used to taste like dirt and snot and stuff.
Yeah.
That's how disgusting that sound to me.
Damn. Imagine if you were starving and that's all you had to eat, bro. Holy shit.
Imagine if you grew up and that was all you ate in the first place.
You
And
go
then
out
you
to
try other food.
somewhere in the rainforest and you see a tribe and they just bust out Tabasco sauce jelly beans. That's it.
Hey, this is our staple. What you mean?
Heresy. That
It's
shit is
kind of like
crazy.
that with us still growing up. Like I haven't. My girlfriend's sister moved to Cali and like staying with us, working things out so she get her own place. But overall, I get that story later. She brought Kool-Aid, and I was like a Kool-Aid drink that was in a bottle. Like you didn't even have to mix it; it just like came already in the bottle, and it was reminding me of hugs and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I was like, yo, I grew up
Right.
drinking all of this. I didn't even know what real juice was. Like, wow, Dave Chappelle really was a genius when he said, "What the fuck is juice? I want that drink over there." Like, I didn't even know as a kid when I was watching that that's what I was experiencing until just now. My mom didn't buy juice until I got older, and I started buying juice. Like, mom, this that's not juice. This say 100%. It's actually thick when you like shake it. You can't see through it. It just tastes not just sugar and water.
Yeah, food done.
But that was a staple. Get a hug, chips, and a sandwich. That was lunch, and it was cheap.
Even that food is like a type of programming. It's
Yeah,
just so processed and crazy and like here, this
like the
that crazy
jelly.
shit.
Jelly is high fructose corn syrup mostly. You gotta get jam or
Yeah,
fruit
you'll get some
preserves.
pectin or something. That fucking corn syrup is bad for you, bro.
It is. I just found out Chef Boyardee is mostly high fructose. Cause I heard a joke saying, yeah, you gave them sugar cans to your daughter. And I was like, yo, them things do got a lot of sugar. And then I was looking at the can in the store and it said high fructose. I used to chop these down as well every day.
But yeah, I used to drink so much fucking Mountain Dew and everything.
Oh yeah, I used to love Mountain Dews. Mountain Dews and Sprites.
Damn. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. The fucking front window almost fell out of my screen door.
Oh,
That shit.
word. I didn't catch that. Nicholas say you cooling out in Texas. A couple joints rolled. But yeah, I've been going having some new cool developments that I've been adjusting to and having to be command and be king over. Like life will test you. Life will bring things will bring things at you. Like just to be funny, cause I'm over it now. The after talking for 11 hours on True Life Stream, which y'all all need to go subscribe to and go check it out. It's in the channel, the featured channels when you click on Just Ty over here. When I was got done for 11 hours of doing that awesome stream, I got on the phone. I mean, 5 minutes later, I got on the phone with my lady, and then it was madness again, cause it was but like phones started breaking and malfunctioning. People needed to be picked up and dropped off, and I was like, whoa, here we go, here we go, here we go.
That would have
What
been a
up? What up?
damn. That would have been. What up, Oz?
Hey,
What's up,
Oz.
Ray? What's up, Just Ty? How y'all gentlemen doing today?
Hey,
Chilling, bro.
excellent.
There we go. There we go. What's the topic of politics?
Everything.
That's good to see you streaming, Ty, man.
I know. I had to drop that money on the Xfinity yesterday.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I had
That's
said
what's
let's
up.
do this. Let's shift to another reality and get some Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah, man. That's
I,
what's up.
I said I'm not because I had it in my imagination. I said I didn't want to go back on the show until I had Wi-Fi because I was tired of saying, "Man, I'm sorry, I got technical issues, stream cutting off." I was like, "No, I want to just be able to get on and flow, man, because that's how it should be."
Well, I'm glad it worked out, man.
Mm-hmm. As we think,
Hold
so
up.
it is.
Yo, did you see I guess there's uh I guess Kobe Bryant was killed in a helicopter crash?
Whoa, whoa, what?
Exactly. I'm
Hold up.
just now seeing the articles.
I'm
Yeah, I'm
googling
about to
now.
check that out. That sucks, man.
Whoa, yes. Let's share this with the.
Get the hell out of here. That's crazy. Yep. Died
Yeah,
Sunday in a helicopter crash. What?
wonder what kind of chopper it was. They said 3 people, a private helicopter. Yeah, okay, it's a small one then.
Yeah.
Those fuckers are dangerous, bro. I went up in one in Hawaii when I was a kid to fly around the volcano and go by the mountains and all that. Them things are fucking scary, bro. You feel like you're in a bubble. It's not like an airplane, and you get real nauseous in them bitches. Well, at least I did.
Uh
And I've
huh.
been on a lot of planes, but
Oh,
this bitch was like, it's weird. They're scary, especially a small one. Yeah, that's unfortunate. 41 years old.
He's
dang.
only
Three years,
41.
3 years older than me. Yeah, he's only 3 years older than me.
Wow.
Damn, I thought
I
he was
got the
like
article up now.
46.
It say Kobe
Yeah, I got
Bryant
a
died
lot of
Sunday.
articles, but
Crash.
you can always fact check them to see if it's real.
I know that's I'm looking around because this Fox News article only have like 6 sentences and that's it.
In Calabasas, in Cali. That's where it happened.
They say his husband. I mean, I say her husband. His wife wasn't on board. Vanessa Bryant. That's what TMZ. Because this the Fox report reporting from TMZ's report. So TMZ is the
That's
original source, I think.
crazy.
Damn, that's sad.
No way. Well, it's possible, but still, damn,
Yeah.
no way.
I was just listening
That's
to Joe
why.
Rogan yesterday, and he was talking about his friend Bert and going in helicopter, and the guy was saying how scared he
Oh,
was
you
to do
pulling it
that.
up on the screen? Okay.
Bro, it's scary. And I'm not, I mean, I'm the type of motherfucker to jump a jet ski over a bridge, bro, and fucking that shit, helicopter, just riding in the bitch was scary to me. And how higher up in that little thing, you feel more safe in a big ass airplane because it's big. You feel like, and It's got wings. It's just like a bird. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
helicopter's just like a fucking ceiling fan. It's just
You
crazy.
said a ceiling fan. It really is.
It's just crazy, bro.
Oh, they got the smoke on TMZ, allegedly, like behind the house or something, like on the mountain that it crashed.
Yeah, I don't even want to see that.
Uh,
That's sad.
That's
Like
right.
that dude Paul Walker, them motherfuckers filmed him. You could see him moving in the fire, burning up in his car crash. What
oh,
the
I ain't know that.
fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I missed that.
that was fucked up.
He won an Oscar for his short film Dear Basketball in 2018. Oh, I didn't know about that. The Lakers famously retired both of Kobe's jerseys number 8 and 24, the only player in team history to receive that honor. Two numbers.
I'm gonna send everyone into a rabbit hole right now. Let's check on Google to see if Kobe was part of the New Age Illuminati.
He knew something. That's why he was chilling so much. In order to get that helicopter.
Hell yeah.
But he was a
We
cool
just
dude.
talked about Kobe last night. Me and my dude was having a debate on the best basketball player. We was talking about Kobe.
Oh
That
my
shit crazy.
gosh. Listen to this. This will fucking. I just Googled that playing around, okay, y'all? And it says it is believed that there are 13 Illuminati bloodlines, and Kobe has a connection with the number. He was the 13th pick in the 1996 draft, and his landmark 666th game was the 13th time he scored 40 points or more. That's fucking crazy.
That's some dope
Is
synchronicities.
how
Yeah,
the hell
somebody
they
just
figure
said.
that out in seconds like that? Like this shit just happened a couple days ago.
Somebody just said LeBron passes Kobe's point records. Then Kobe died. Not a coincidence. Here we go.
But yo, how I look at it too is that that's just the never ending story. How things that's not related is related, but not in the way that we think is related. But just because it was said makes it related in the
Right.
first place. Like that's just how life
Exactly.
is.
It's fucking
Man,
crazy.
I know when I died, they were like, "Well, see, he was into that shit. Remember, come on. Can I just die? Can I be dead?"
When the
Celebrate my
medical
legacy.
examiner sees my fucking arms, he's gonna be like, "Holy fucking Satan worshiping fuck!" But it's just like, it's all symbols, man.
Yeah.
God dang.
Right.
Like this guy was part of something big.
That's why he's dead.
And I want them to think that too.
And then she makes the Y incision and sees my liver. It's like, oh,
My lady just texted me, "Babe, Kobe's dead." Like,
that
yep,
shit's crazy,
nigga
man.
dead, bro.
He's he did. That's sad, man. Fucking
His
got
light went
everything
up.
going for you when you think shit's sweet, then boom. That's why I'm happy where I'm at in life. I'm not rich, I'm not poor. You know what I mean? I don't fucking materialistic everything anymore, none of that shit. And I'm good. I
Yeah.
think if you have too much going like that and all that, you can be touched like in weird ways like that, like crash or fucking cancer or just stupid shit.
But what if, man, I'm thinking about the madness right now. What if that's like how how life just wanted to get you at that moment? Like you did so much, and then it's
There's a
like, bang, here goes the joke.
uh-huh. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yo, there's a video from December 15th, 2017. It's labeled Kobe Bryant Satanic Illuminati Exposed 2018. And it starts off saying in the description, Floyd Mayweather sold his soul, blah, 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 all kinds of shit.
I think what people just noticing too is people that's actually using their mind over matter. Like once you start using your mind over matter, you start scaring people because you start doing unbelievable things like scoring more than anybody ever in history or or doing the
Right.
things that we doing.
I used a lot of mind over matter and psychedelics to get off heroin and the needle, bro. And people were like, "How the fuck did you do that, bro?
Man.
I get sick the minute I get off that shit. Blah blah blah. Fucking, I'm dying." I'm like, "You're just it's all in your head, dude. You know."
Somebody,
Half that sickness people experience from doing drugs like that is because they're using a needle and piercing their skin every day. It's mostly an infection that makes you feel bad when you quit. It's crazy.
I was just describing that to my girlfriend's sister about mushrooms because she was scared to take some for a little bit more yesterday because she was saying how she didn't want to have to keep using it and build an addiction to it. And I was like saying the addiction profile in mushrooms is not like how it is with other drugs, like,
Yeah,
even
that's for damn
chemically.
sure.
Like we know nicotine is addictive, so that's why cigarettes is addictive. Like mushrooms is a whole nother story. But it's all in your mind. Like if somebody's saying, "Man, I need to get these mushrooms. I need to eat it. I need to eat it right now." That's just because that's what they want to do. It's not like,
Nigga, nicotine's like one of the only really known actual chemical hooks there is, man. Like, fucking really, it's really bad.
yeah, because the withdrawals too, right? Like going through with shakes and stuff like that, or
I mean, I never really had them
mm,
bad when I went to jail a bunch of different times. I quit smoking 6,
oh,
8 months, 9 months, 2, 3 years.
oh,
And I quit them no problem. I mean, I had a hard time sleeping for a couple days, get agitated.
rumor down the hole. And you just reminded me of when I smoked cigarettes for one summer because I wanted to be cool like the other skateboarders
Yeah,
when I was a teenager, and then I had stopped, and then I was smoking black and milds for a while, and then when I started hearing about the rumors of black lungs and coughing up stuff, my mom was scaring me and stuff. I stopped, and then she started smoking them. I was like, "What?"
I fucking hate cigarettes,
For
bro. I'm smoke 5 or 6 a day still, and I hate it. And my
mm,
lungs even hurt, and I can't stand the damn things. I take 2, 3 drags, put it out, and I do that all day long. And I smoke like between 4 and 6 cigarettes a day.
wow.
And shit is nasty. It's affecting the shit out of me. I used to smoke 2, 3 packs when I was getting high.
Mm-hmm. That's a
Man,
day.
this shit is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to know old heads when I was younger that was doing that. Smoking a pack or two a day. That's money too.
Mhm.
Real quick, 420 Lifestyle said I smoke cigarettes and tobacco blunts and never got addicted. I only use extracts now. I'm trying to get into more extracts. That's why I got this pen. But yeah, the blunts come back and forth. The blunts and stuff. I think with psychedelics would come with the blunts because I be using hemp wrap, so I be tricking myself because they still brown. So it's not tobacco, but it's still like, oh, I'm still rolling up something that's not paper.
That's a good idea. I had a bunch
So
of
how did you
I
start
had
calming down on
passion flower
cigarettes?
vines. On, oh, your buddy on there. Yeah, ask him how he did that with the
Nah.
blunts and the cigarettes. You know what I mean? Oh, how'd I
Mm-hmm.
calm down on 'em?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was I slowed down on them a lot because I had to go to the hospital, bro, and they found a nodule in my lung, which is pre-cancer. So I was like, whoa. And now they're
Mm-hmm.
fucking hurting again after like that was like 6 years ago, and they're starting to hurt again now. So I cut way down again, but I had some passion flower growing, and I was smoking a couple, like rolling that up and smoking that, and it calms you down too because it has harmaline in it. And I
Oh,
was
it's a
smoking those in between cigarettes, and fucking it would satisfy me. It'd calm my ass down.
huh.
Take the leaves, they dry out, and fucking they smoke nice, and it calms you down too.
Passion flowers, they look dope. They have I got a passion flower vine around the corner. I didn't see it till I
Yeah,
moved around here.
yeah, the leaves are good to smoke. Make tea out of all that shit, and you can use it if it's a potent enough passion flower in an ayahuasca analog. You can use that with like some DMT or use that like it's Syrian rue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how I found out what it was about. Through using it as like a MAOI type of deal. And then I was like, yo, what is this alien looking thing? And then I found it around the corner. Yeah, that's the one I
Is
saw,
it,
this blue one. It was blue and yellow.
we got a natural wild one around here. It's called the cork stem passion flower. It's green and it looks cool as fuck. It's like green, different color. And those orange and white or orange and black butterflies love the shit out of them. So I let them go, grow on my fences and shit. I got morning glories on my other fence too.
Just wilding out. Just
Well,
growing.
yeah, I got cacti and all that bullshit here, but it's all pretty, you know.
It's nature. It's supposed to just be
Hmm.
growing wherever it needs to grow.
And every once in a while, those morning glories, they sprout antidepressant pods on them.
Medical plants and you. Whew. I swear, when I listen to my girlfriend and her sister talk, it's like they on mushrooms. They just they just be going, not knowing where it's going. So hot. I'm just listening to them now on the other side of the door. Like when I'm with them, it's like I'm in a trip, and like I just gotta keep going with it. Like, oh yeah, yeah, and like I hurry to get mine's in, and then flow, and it's
What do you hear? What does it like sound different to you or something? You hear like different shit.
yeah.
It's like brown cloud freaking dishwasher skin. Like what the fuck did I just hear?
Start hearing little glimpses, but I be catching on. But it was this one time when I first did acid when I first get into acid, I was doing it with her sister, and we was going out to the parks and stuff. And it was one time I took a little less and she was more, so I couldn't see everything she was seeing. But she was drawing in the sand and stuff and drawing symbols, and she was saying when she drew in the sand, it was creating like a rainbow trail behind like where she was drawing. And then she was
Oh
going to
wow.
this spiel and saying how her sister and her and us that we was witches, and this was like when I first was getting into it, that they was powerful witches and all this other things. But and I don't, that was it. That was just like epiphanies. It wasn't like the how we say, oh, we forgot and stuff. At that time it's like, yo, this is how it is. But I still say they still kind of forgot, but their essence is their drive and stuff is out there, because their mom and their grandmom especially was really out there in their mind. Like their grandma was like how my grandpa was. He was schizophrenic. So he was born like saying things and seeing things and stuff like that. Like their grandmom said that she had a baby by Hitler. I think something wild like that, or something that had to do
That's
with
wild.
Hitler. And like she was like that to the day she went away to another world. The paths are open. There's a lot of people out here.
I was talking to my sister yesterday, man, and I told her she's gonna have to like help me in 15 years probably, man, because my shit's getting worse and worse as the years go by, bro. Even with psychedelics, or if I choose to take their meds, it's just years go by and it gets to worse. But I try to think that it's not. That maybe I'm fucking. You just something else is turning on in my brain, and I might be able to. It might be able to be used to my advantage sometime, like soon or something. But sometimes I feel like slap nuts, and other days I'm totally fine. And it's just bad though, like because it's hard. It's hard for me to do paperwork and shit. I'm writing this book, and I gotta like smoke out and sit down and do it. If not, my brain's all over the place. You know, I should be on Vyvanse. I should be on all this fucking shit for that too. You know, I don't take that's amphetamines, man.
Yep, just under another name.
Shit'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, I understand the focus game when your mind is out there. Is
Hmm.
what you had? What kind of book you got to write?
I'm just writing a book about my life story, basically, because few people are interested in it, and it'll be like a, um, harm reduction, basically, story too,
Cool.
because I'm trying to make it to where it's not too crazy, so that way younger crowds can get their hands on it too.
Yeah,
You know what I
so
mean?
it can be promoted nicely.
Hmm. Yeah, like I don't do this shit,
Hey, do
but
the
you can learn
thing.
about me at the same time too.
Yep.
And the shit I had to go through and what. all the stuff like that, meds I've taken and what they've done and the different adventures and worlds they took me for years at a time, and it's crazy.
You got a working title?
Not yet.
Not yet. No, just flow with it. Like whenever, like I think whenever the idea to come, then whenever you start thinking about the book, that's when you should probably try to write it, not try to think
Hmm.
about the book. Cause that's how I'm getting right now. Like I have to wait until the moment come where the thought come to me. Cause when I be trying to force it, I be trying to do other things at the same time, and my focus, like you saying, don't always all the way be there. Wait, hold on. Be back in. Come on, Rudy. Oh, you well brought up something that I finally found some real lion's mane, the tri lion's mane or the asawanga. I be seeing that in the store.
Ashwagandha,
Yeah,
holy
ashwagandha.
basil. That's the shit.
I be seeing that in the
That's
store. I gotta get that.
that's good stuff, yo. It should give me some type of clarity, yo.
Yeah, I've been
Cause
last
like it
week.
took the edge off me big time.
And the thing about the edge too, the edge for me, I'm that I be seeing, I don't be knowing I'm on the edge until I'm off the edge. And then I like take a little dose and I'll be like, oh, like all right, I can't get that lost.
Bro, these the
Things like that.
pancyans are really, really beneficial to someone like me. I'm finding out every time I take them, it's fucking better and better. And then for like week at a time, I feel good afterwards. Like no, I just so chill and relax. Like shit don't aggravate me. It's nice, dude, and it's not like a stony fucking trip like Golden Teachers either. It's almost like
Hmm.
taking Lucy. And these are wild ones, bro. They're not cultivated either. The ones I grabbed.
Uh huh.
So I don't. I wonder if there's a difference in the two if you cultivate or whatever. But like that's just straight from the ground, boom, and I'm fucking good. Instead of taking some toxic shit to make me kinda okay, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, maybe.
They're starting a lot of there's a lot of studies talking about the more and more about the benefits of how the psychedelics are fast acting.
It really
Instead
is
of waiting a
fast
fucking
acting.
month or two and stuff and taking some fucking weird isolated chemical like
Mm-hmm.
Prozac is an isolated thing in fluoride, man. It's fucking crazy. It's basically fluoride. They love giving that out, so that way you freaking have no pineal gland at all.
And calcify the shit out of it.
It probably calcifies your whole entire fucking brain.
Yeah, but mushrooms. That's why I'm like mushrooms is always gonna be my buddy, always. Cause with anything, cause when my girlfriend's sister, I can call her Jasmine. Just when Jasmine came, I was feeling, I was like having all these ideas because all this stuff was going on and I was feeling like everything was coming at me and I was like, yo, like things moving too fast. I don't feel like my voice is heard and it was making me grumpy. But as soon as I took the dose, it was like it don't make the things that I'm thinking about go away, like, but it makes the way that I was looking at it go away. So now what I was really trying to get at, I could see, and it's like, oh, whew. And she brought it out.
Exactly.
She said, oh, I could. She said they really are antidepressants, and she just said it
They
by
are,
just
dude.
observing me from an
100%.
hour to an hour.
It's like how motherfuckers take Xanax to calm down. Mushrooms, I'll be if I get pissed and I gotta do a dose or something like a heavy dose instead of the teachers I got
Yeah,
capped up. I'll be mad and then I'll be smiling within fucking 20 minutes. Just depends like how if I ate or not, you know what I mean?
how fast they
And
kick in.
that's it. And then it shuts that down and then I won't be mad about shit for almost a week or more. You know what I mean? It's awesome.
It
How is
is.
how is anything else better than that? I find it to be honest, and I've been smoking marijuana for fucking 30 years, that it's more beneficial than fucking medical marijuana to me, like by fucking 1,000-fold. Like it doesn't. medical marijuana gives me this like a little bit of edginess because I'm stoned and I don't want to be bothered because it wears off so fast and shit. You know what I mean?
You
And
try to
it's
take
kind
in
of
that
like,
whole
damn,
high.
yeah, yeah. I can't. If I smoke, I gotta fucking basically sit still. If I engage in any activity, it wears off in fucking 20 minutes, basically.
I've been
So
down
the
that train.
so the mushrooms like last. I can do things and it's still rocking. You know what I mean? It's great. I ain't hurting nobody. No one's hurting me. I
Hmm.
ain't putting my health in jeopardy. You know what I mean? It's fucking good.
I've been through that right to me. I've been through that psychosis thing before, with mushrooms and weed, because it was
Hmm.
times where I was trying to get out of the situations that I was in, thinking that mushrooms was going to take me out of this I don't know. I was thinking mushrooms going to change things in different way, but now I see how it is, and it still blows my mind. But I was
Hmm.
doing mushrooms and stuff, and nobody else was really talking about it, and I wasn't really talking about it to them that much. But they was smoking. We was always smoking a lot in my house. So it was times where I didn't smoke that day, but I would be on a mushroom trip, and I didn't have the True Life stream and all of y'all to like fact check stuff with or just to talk to with. So I used to come in and I now that I look at it, you can say like just to get the vibe of what it was, like I was possessed or something. And I would look at them smoking, I'll be like, why are y'all smoking? Like y'all smoking too much. Like y'all need to stop smoking. And then they would look at me like, nigga, what are you talking about? Like you were just smoking yesterday. Like why are you now trying to look at us and do this? And but it was it was something that I'm more comfortable with now that I was trying to find because I didn't recognize the paranoia. I've recognized the paranoia weed was giving me, but not
Hmm.
how specifically doing to me at the time. I don't. It was a lot, bro. It was a lot, but I
Yeah.
was pointing the finger in such a way because I was like, it was new to me. It was like I was a kid. I was a kid and I was expressing it like, yo, we don't need to smoke no more. And then
Yeah, dude,
and they
that's
was
cool
looking
as
at me
fuck.
like, what? I'm gonna like this L. And I was like, y'all don't know. It's making y'all paranoid. That's what it was. I was saying, y'all don't know. It's making y'all paranoid. It's making y'all not be able to get over what y'all really think y'all getting over, and y'all trapped in it and all this stuff, and y'all just smoking to get it. I was going through the whole 9 yards, and I was probably on point, but I just wasn't balanced, so it came off as what? So now that I still smoke and eat mushrooms at the same time and balance it out with the extracts and stuff, because when I do the dab pen and stuff, it and the take dabs, it don't sit me down like it do with weed. Like I still my
No,
mind
don't.
go out there, but I don't want to sit down. I get more energized, more energy. So now I'm just getting
Yeah.
the science of the cannabis down, the indicas, the tiva, what strain do this.
The motherfucking concentrates, bro. Even the indica concentrates, uh, they get me hyped up, like you said, and they make me paranoid. That's where I get the paranoia from.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I think it's the concentrates, but
One time it felt like I was on
the
mushrooms.
sativa concentrate. I feel like I did some fucking like hard ass drugs. I don't like it.
It's too
It's
much.
only got that way in the past like 10 years. It's been like getting stronger on me. I think because of the psychedelics though.
Yeah, it's some days where I'll take a dab and it's like yeah, it is like I'm tripping and I gotta sit down and go to another space real fast, or I am going to
It's
another space for a minute. Like I say, or even with my neighbor, cause he be treating me to dabs a lot. He do it all day, and I be saying, all right, I gotta go sit down for a moment, or I gotta go sit on the couch or go get some air, and then my mind would just be like. Like all coming, but in a way that I'm comfortable. I'm used to the chaos, but it's still extreme. It's
oh
cool,
yeah.
but weed is like it's different. It's two different feelings, but still dope. They're still both
Hell
just
yeah.
dope. I'm showing the people now. Here go the lion's mane mushroom tea mix I found at the store. It actually has lion's mane, rose hip extract, and rhodiola. I got it on sale. It was $15. Originally it was $35. I was like, oh, I'm grabbing this.
Lion's mane's good shit, man. Like, if people can get it, it's so good for you to take. It's dumb not to.
One of my
Especially if you have it, like head injuries or something. It's fucking good for you.
get your focus back. And I swear the person that was trying to get me to buy it was a witch. Because the way she was perceiving what I was doing and stuff, it was like a little more than just like the clerk that works at the store and know how to work with customers. It was like she was looking at me and she was like, oh, because she's like, what are you looking for? So we got some more mushroom stuff over here. Like, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to see that. And then she made sure that I got the sale and stuff like that. I was like, yo, thank you.
Cool.
You know. But yeah, with the lion's mane and repairing and thinking clearly, is there. It's there.
When I get paid, I'm gonna order turkey tail because I was reading studies about on autism with it. That little autistic kids, it has a lot to do with their gut microbiome. Autism does, and I remember Paul Stamets saying shit about that being good for your gut and cancer and all this different stuff. And I looked up studies on the autism with it, and they said there's studies on it that they've used it and shit. And it's fucking.
It's
Down with
crazy.
that.
Helps get rid of some of the symptoms like of autism for some of the kids, man. It's cool as fuck.
Yeah, taking care of your microbiome and all of that. All those life forms.
It's
all
autism
you.
has a big part of the microbiome, which is crazy. It's crazy. You think it'd be
That's
all
a weird
neurological
connection.
in your head.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Microbiome. I'm about to look that up.
It's cool. There's a few.
Oh, yep, I see it right. The first thing that came up, microbiome in the gut. Gut bacteria may contribute directly to the development of autism-like behaviors, according to a new study in mice. Oh, let's see this. Put this over here so I can still see the chat.
I know all this stuff because I've had a lot of people in my family with certain illnesses and this and that, and I've studied the shit out of it for them.
Oh, you will say you have more brains than one in head. The gut mind, heart mind, and brain mind are major. Yeah, they really are.
True.
Think with your gut. What did your gut tell you to do? Autism spectrum disorder. AT is severe neurodevelopmental or neuropsychotic disorder with an elusive etiology and obscure pathopsychology. Wow, this is a real scientific article. Hold on. They got the words for days. The gut microbiota is believed to play a pivotal role in human health and disease through involvement in psychological homeostasis, immunological development, glutathione metabolism, amino acid metabolism, which in a reasonable way explain the role of gut-brain axis in autism. Branded as a neurodevelopmental disorder with psychiatric impairment and often misclassified as a mental disorder, many experts in the field think that a therapeutic solution to autism is unlikely to emerge as a pathopsychological. Y'all could read it. Is wait, let me make sure they actually can. Yeah,
Parapsychological, maybe the same.
a path, and then it's psi, and then it's ology, like
Probably
OLOGY.
pathogen in psychology.
Yeah, it's still elusive. Taking into account of the various symptoms that are concurrent in autism is important. Yep. On all alleviating gas problems could help alleviating the symptoms by bringing out the much needed overall improvement in the affected victims. A gut disorder akin to Crohn's disease is sometimes reported in autistic children, an extremely painful gastrointestinal disease which is named as autistic, and y'all can see that. So yeah, that's that article. I'm post the link in the chat and on the Discord. Yeah, that's like evidence right there. Every,
Mm-hmm.
life is way more than what people have been trained to believe and what we was brought up to believe in school. Like people just
Mm-hmm. It's like
focusing on the
they're good
brain.
for you.
And we see what life is when we just focus on just the brain. We get what we got now. And then we got people thinking from the heart. And then we got people thinking from the gut. I'm gonna have to re-image what I say when I talk about just Tao. When I say combine your mind with your heart, connect those two circles. I gotta try to get the gut in there now. It'll come. I ran across that before too, cause the microbiome and all of that thinking,
Mm-hmm.
and then that it thinks for you and stuff like that. I just forget exactly where I ran across it at.
We're made up of all those
Yeah.
bacteria. That's, you know what I mean? And our
Mhm.
brain is. So, it has a shit ton to do with it. If it made it, I'm sure it has something to do with it.
Yep. That's why I was thinking about the bacteria that's on our body too. Like how much bacteria actually exist on us. I'm like that's what make us us. Like they probably make us do certain things in order to feed themselves and make sure that they surviving. And we think it's for this for some other thought. Like no, you had to eat. Your gut needed it. You ain't need it.
We produce so many chemicals too because the bacteria let off so many different enzymes and all kinds of shit. Like we have, what's that shit? Formaldehyde in us, Nat.
Formaldehyde. You still there? Something happened with his mic. Test. Or is that me? I think that's me. Oh, let me go back in. Go out and go back in. Test. Alright, there we go. Oh, it's saying you talking, but I can't hear anything. Let me test where I got the audio going to. USB in air. USB in air. Sorry for the difficulties, guys. Test. Yeah, it's something up with my headphone. Test, test. Yeah, what the? It's making it so I can't hear anything. What if I do this? Test. Alright. I think I had to do something. Alright, I got to reroute it. I got the audio rerouted. Hold on, that's not gonna work out if I gotta hear. And not have double echoes trying to pick up.
You hear me now, dude?
Yep, loud and clear.
Cool. I had to restart it.
Same. I had to do something real quick. What's going on?
It did that. It did that to me last night about True's Live. I was talking and everything for forever, and then all of a sudden, Discord wanted to get all bitch on me, and I couldn't hear nobody, nothing, and it was just blocking me out for some reason all the way around.
Oh wow.
No matter who's, it was on anyone's channel. It wasn't just True's. It was on everybody's.
Hey, I believe in. I not believing, but I be seeing reality when how things be going on. Cause I was reading this book they called The Magicians, and this guy had put them back into the world and gave them normal roles because they was studying like Harry Potter Hogwarts type thing. But then it was something
Hmm.
that was coming after. In order to protect them, he put them back into the roles. What he called protecting them, so that and they put a spell so that whenever they was starting to come encounter like of their true selves or what they just been doing all this time, which was becoming a magician and hanging out and talking and stuff, they would start getting this buzzing in their ear, and then something bad would happen around them or stuff would start glitching out to make them not want to talk about that anymore. Not knowing that that was something that was placed on them, to not talk it.
Yeah,
I was saying
that
that's why we
was
had all
my.
these Wi-Fi issues that I had in the
Yeah,
past. And now I'm like
that's
breaking
that.
past those spells and my own self-imposed spells, I guess. And now I'm being able to do a little more. Sounds crazy, I know.
Big, big pharma runs the internet. The gas companies are the same thing as big pharma. All that shit, man. They probably run the internet too and listen. Oh, he's talking about some shit you can't get here. Shut him down.
Get them. That's how it displays itself in thoughts. Like, damn. Oh,
They got all the wrong reasons to fucking make like think why psychedelics were illegal in the first place. They say because it changes people's mind and everything, and you can see through all the bullshit. Yeah, that's true, but there's also a lot of positive things for it too. Like makes people happy and think outside of the box, and they don't usually think like how can I industrially eliminate a million fucking people? They don't think like that. No one does on psychedelics unless they're fucking programmed that way.
mm-hmm. Or unless something like really got to them. Like somebody tried to. They set and said and was so fucked up.
Yeah.
But that's why I like these conversations we have that I say where we combining all our minds and letting it talk and just in every field, not trying to paint a certain picture and how we want psychedelics to look, but saying this is what it is, this is how it's affecting my life, this is how it's affecting his life, and it's all this here. So now people can have a better idea of what's going on. So you can't like make up shit. Like, no, you
Yeah.
just made that up. My friend and a couple other people too, they said this actually happened when they did this. And the
Hmm.
scientists now are saying this about this. So scientists saying this, my buddies are saying this, and this other person I never even met before that decided to talk is saying this, and he's saying this next week and this next month, and like we got a year and a half at least of solid research and like
Hmm.
personal reports of what's going on instead of like letting it have to be known through CNN or the TV and stuff, which is what a lot of people still going to go for. Because every time I type in magic mushrooms now on the internet to look up news articles or see what's popping on the internet about it, there's always some news article now like CNN or New York Times saying magic mushroom study at John
Yeah.
Hopkins.
And that's the key thing. That's the key
Oh
thing.
my bad.
Study where? At Johns Hopkins. That's
My
what
bad.
makes it beneficial, to be honest, is like it's
I'm sorry.
going two
I'm sorry, my
ways, and
jacket.
one's good, one's bad. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
the
The one
university studies
on the
and
ground.
things are real good. They're controlled.
I mean,
They're
on
sitting
the
with a
floor.
doctor. They're
On the
really
floor.
getting in people's heads to do really beneficial, life-changing therapy, so they don't have to keep doing psychedelics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but it's cool that people want to self-explore and everything, though, too, at the same time. But it's becoming a trend now, and people are just saying shit, and a lot of it's made up, and that can be dangerous, bro. That could be very dangerous. Because people are like, oh, he's rapping about that or saying about that on YouTube, and it's popular. Boom, I'm doing it. And then they fucking don't. They don't do it in a setting, and they're not used to. Like they don't have the knowledge we do, and guess what? And then their brain is scrambled eggs, and they don't know how to think right the rest of their life.
And hopefully they've set some breadcrumbs to send them to the YouTube and get on our channel. Let's send them waves out now, like Professor Xavier, Professor X. Like let's send
I
them waves
think
out.
like
Y'all need
it's cool
somebody.
people want to self-explore and stuff, but like some people should not be doing this stuff.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen no matter what. You could say it's fucking shooting yourself in the foot gets you high tomorrow, and motherfucking there'll be a whole bunch of people with hurt feet.
I mean,
I
people
don't know.
was eating.
It's crazy.
People was eating Tide Pods, so people gonna follow the lead. I just hope
Yeah,
that in
but
the future more people doing it, and I think it is going to be so much chaos in the future. I don't mean to cut it, but I think it's going to be a lot of more chaos in the future. But it's going to be on just another level. Like people going to be more in touch with their emotions. So it's going to be
yeah,
massive, wild emotions. Like we're going to be working on another level of emotions, and then we're going to make good and bad out of that, and then it's going to be another
money's
level.
gonna money I think is gonna keep it unbalanced at first, because you got the scientists who want to study and do it the right way, but then there's gonna be people who can't afford to go to these studies or whatever, or afford a doctor to get ketamine infusions, this and that. So they're gonna still look for it on the street too, and that's gonna keep the rules, I think, fucked until someone figures that out the right way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or they just might leave it as it is and say, let the motherfuckers fix themselves. And I don't know.
If that's just how it seemed like,
That's
that's how
what they did in
conscious.
Chicago, and that's what they did in Oakland. So maybe
For real.
they're like, let them do it. And I think that's a total science experiment. The government's always releasing things in the big cities like that to happen, to see like what happens with violence, or see how many people die, or it's crazy. So, and it's funny, it happened in two violent ass cities. Oakland and motherfucking Chicago.
And I'm from Philly, and for a moment, Philly was out murdering Chicago one year. They was talking about it all on the news like it was an award.
Damn.
Yeah, I remember that year. I'm from the projects, so I know exactly how Chicago would be, and Oakland. I'm like 2 hours from Oakland right now, but where I'm at, not like Oakland still. But yeah, it's wild. And I was saying that's if that's how consciousness expresses itself. Because when I'm in the city, I see how is more people willing to put their expressions on the line instead of being on the background, like I see out here in the country, kinda. Like people are willing to put themselves more, so now is like more of these worlds colliding instead of just single ideas. Like around here, you say, "Hey, good morning," or "nice day," and just like keep it moving or something like that. In the city, it's all these complex emotions interacting with each other, and you got the mayor and stuff, and the mayor think he doing something. Then you got the city council people, and then you got the hood council, the OGs. You got the little street corner people. You got the skateboarders, and I'm thinking about my life and all of them coming out and like all the ideas pushing against each other, because like you with the government, how you say the experiment is rumors and stuff, like where do the guns come from in the first place? Like they ain't just get the street people ain't get the guns out of nowhere. Like somebody had some big government connect or some connect and was able to get some shipment in. And with the cocaine and stuff, like it's
Same thing.
But
Same exact thing.
I'm saying that's how consciousness, I guess, it is, and that's why the city is the concrete jungle. I'm thinking of Star Wars too. If I want to think of Star Wars as some kind of future, like in Star Wars, all the same shit is still happening. It's just on a bigger scale, and just involving more complex beings. Like now, instead of humans, you got the aliens involved, and they got their shit going on with them, and
Yeah.
and their governments. Yeah. Imagine what
Like
George
our
Lucas saw.
world governments. George Lucas is fucking. He's awesome.
Man.
I love it. I want to take whatever he took.
It was awesome. He was able to simulate, his mind was able to get to a place where it simulated a team that put together Star Wars. Because all his team was doing acid that was putting together the sets and the designs and stuff. Like they say it. I've watched a couple documentaries where people was at least saying that they said it to them. But them people was on and just exploring their worlds and putting all of their experiences into this to this experience, into the Star Wars, and George Lucas just had his mind about the Force and the drama that he wanted to play with Anakin and Luke. Like, that was his thoughts. And I see the same thing happening with me and with us. Like, I'll just be sitting there and just have whole movies playing, and I'll be like, man, I want to capture that. I want to capture that shit. That's why I'm trying to build my life up so it can be comfortable enough to have the space, so when the ideas come, I can drop everything and be like, all right, I'm obsessing over this thought. I don't care how long I last. I'm gonna try to channel this as long as I can. Like, give me a mushroom, give me some weed, give me whatever, give me the time, the space. Don't talk to me, or if you talk to me, give me an idea about the book. I want to be able to get into those moments where I just skits out on something for as long as I need to. Because they be there, but they move so fast. It's just like a fantasy, and I just enjoy it to myself. And I'm like, man, I wish I was live right now so I can tell them that I just seen this vision and I can spit it out real quick. Like, nah, it's all good. It'll come back when it's needed. And I think that accumulation, just cause I witnessed it, whenever something do come out and I gotta write it or be creative in that moment, everything's just gonna come out. Everything just gonna do what it do. Cause I used to listen to before I knew about going into the imagination. I was so fascinated about literature and stuff. And when Duncan Trussell was on Joe Rogan podcast and he was talking about the guy who wrote Lord of the Rings, I forget his name. And he was talking about how he must have been there when he was describing the scenes that was going on and how detailed it is. Because the movies even wanted to capture as much as the book was, a lot of what the book was offering. Like, they was like, this vision is so powerful, it's going to carry on through the books, through the movie. And life is going to make it work.
I think there's some shit even there that cinematography can't even duplicate.
For real.
That he probably saw, bro. That's awesome.
And it's working on it. It's working on it. Like, with the... Like, green screens didn't exist like 50, 60 years ago. And look what we're doing with it now. People complaining about too much CGI in movies. You're doing it too much. We gotta go back to the simpler days.
I think we need to when it comes to health and healthcare and the way we eat.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The way they fucking make food and stuff now. You know what I mean? We worry about everyone else in the world, which is cool. But if we less industrialize our shit, we wouldn't have all the cancers, all the crazy shit. But then the pharmaceutical companies would never let that happen.
That makes
Like,
sense.
they even made it to where you can't even eat, like, actual fresh fruit unless you grow that junk yourself, bro. All the stuff at the grocery stores are probably GMO now and all that shit.
Man, I just spent... It is. I was recommended to buy this chicken from this store, S&S, this natural food store. And I was like, I never paid this much for a chicken just because it ran free. But it costs that $15 for a whole chicken. It tastes good, though.
I used to go get 10, 15 of them at a time from Tractor Supply. They grow up fast. And then they lay a lot of eggs, too, in the meantime.
I should get
some. So
some.
many eggs. I had so many fucking eggs, I couldn't even give them all away.
They got some chicks at this place down like 10 blocks away.
You give them a good feed that's like kind of organic as much as possible with omega-3s and shit in it, and the shells will be super hard. Really, really good for you, dude. Like, my fingernails were growing long as fuck when I was eating them eggs.
Yeah, I try to stick to organic eggs, mostly too. Besides the name, I just like how they taste. The texture is different. I like that they orange, and I've been eating white eggs all my life. So sometimes they blue. They do. Cause I eat mine without really breaking the yolk, so I really get all the flavor.
For baking and stuff too, if you're not doing like vegan shit. Those are the shit because they're more like paste and everything. They get more sticky. That's how it was for me, anyway.
No, you're right about that.
Yeah.
And yo, you well, my show is gonna have interdimensional travelers in there.
I can't wait to meet a couple and like actually physically shake
Oh
hands.
wow. I'm sorry, Break the Matrix. My mom just jumped in. What's up, Mom?
That's
Hey.
cool.
You got your real name as your profile. Let's just say that's a fake name. Hey. We talk about foods. Remember I was talking to you a lot about foods, Mom, and I was going crazy because I was watching all the YouTube videos. And you was like, what does that even mean? But it was cool though. Cause we grew up around a lot of bodegas. I mean, well, I'm calling bodega like from New York. I watch too much TV. Poppy stores, and it'd be like 3 of them around the corner from our house, and then like the supermarket was about like 15 blocks away. Well, more than 10. It was like 20 blocks away. So we was like shop at and like 3 Chinese stores also like right next to each Poppy store. So like that was where you know how the mind make comfortable, like that's where you get your food from. So it was over expensive and not good for you. Like the Poppies, they was hustling. They was hustlers. They knew what they was doing. She said yes, but now I understand. I tell everyone my son's been talking about this stuff. Thanks, Mama Dukes, Mumsy. You gotta jump on the Discord. One day, Mom, you gotta get on Discord. Tell a story, tell a dream. Say hey. We come full circle. We have come full circle with the Sci-Fi Podcast. Did you get a notification? How did you find out?
Me?
I'll tell my mom how she found out about this. Oh, got the notification. Oh, thanks for subscribing. I've been here trying to look up this set for Charlie Chaplin. That I don't know why that's still up there. Cause the way when they was they didn't have the CGI, but I wanted to get out so the stalk can get out my head. What they had with this, they didn't have like cool CGI and stuff like that. So when they was doing the sets on the Charlie Chaplin, the that old black and white films, they had to really mess with the camera angle, so you thought things was happening that really wasn't happening. And I'm trying to look it up so I can show y'all what I'm talking about. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, and Charlie Chaplin was the last guy, I guess, that can rock the Hitler mustache and still get famous. Oh. He got the whole stash going on.
Joe do that. So like, eat butt. Say perverted crap. Let's say some crazy stuff. Mom's on there. I mean, it was crazy. But Joe Rogan says some nutty stuff sometimes. But he put a historical spin on it for the reason of the month. It was crazy.
Oh, I love listening to Joe Rogan and him battling his own crazy. Put times.
He is nuts. He's total whack.
Yeah, he used to do 5-MeO like it was nothing. Well, like it was something, but he said he used to buy he used to buy it like it was nothing because it was legal. So him and his buddies just do it all the time, and then they did DMT and then stuff. So I know his mind is out there. That's why I say I see him battling his own crazy at times, where he try to stop certain thoughts from coming through, and he let the guests say it, and then he'll just question it.
Yeah, I like when he talks to Joey Diaz.
Oh, those are
Joey
my
Diaz
favorite
reminds
ones.
me a lot of my grandpa's friends and stuff from Detroit. Those dudes were crazy.
Mom, you
I sit
said.
and listen to stories for hours from them guys.
Oh, I listened to the I'm part of the Church of Joey Diaz. I listen to his podcast,
Yeah,
and
he's
I'll
the
be
man.
seeing him as a figment of myself. That's like did all this stuff. Like he was on cocaine. He robbed people.
Hmm.
Got into the comedy. Got into stand up. Did movies, and like still keeps this. He still keeps his own personality about himself. So I'll be seeing the realness in him. I'll be just extracting it
Yeah,
like Uncle Joey. Like, hey,
he don't change for nobody.
no, he don't. He'll say it and he'll look at you like, wait, so you really trying to tell me
Hmm.
that you let this happen? You let that motherfucker. And that story about him doing acid, like when his mom passed away.
Yeah. I just listened to that yesterday again.
Hmm. He did acid all throughout his teenage years. I'm like, people been on some stuff when they was young. Like I started really late. Like, I didn't hear about any of this stuff till I was in my 20s. Well, not late, just on time for me. But
I just plugged into my phone from my laptop. I'm outside now. I'm getting ready to go to the woods in a few minutes. I'll go on live with you. I just want to see these spots where I injected lion's mane mushrooms, live mycelium into these birch trees that were dead because it got cool out. And see if anything came. That'd be awesome.
how long they been out there? How long does it take to grow?
Well, not long. I mean, it's been like a month, not even a month. It's probably little right now, or if there's anything, because it's Florida. It doesn't grow like it does other places. It grows more in North Florida, like so. I just didn't, experiment basically.
You didn't? Did you have the plugs that you put in there, or you had your own thing going on?
I had live mycelium
Oh,
in a syringe. Yeah.
okay. You said the social stigmata is strong on mind altered states. I have to learn how to use my voice too. I want to talk," said my mom. I got to send you the Discord link so you can know how to so you can download it. Hold on. It's like, "Mom, download this." You had some funny stuff happen to you growing up? Hold on. Use button. There we go. All right. Cool. Hey, what you mean? Every advancement comes through them. I kind of got off track. Dang, if I ain't had to do nothing earlier, I would take some mushrooms right now. And then go off live and then cut back on later. Like, hey, what's going on, guys? So, hold on. I'm searching through these tabs because I was trying to look up something. Hold on. New 3 times stronger in cannabis. Let's see if I can find this strain. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show y'all. Something I can show y'all. Technology spirit. Oh. I was gonna say spiritual technology. You switched it around. That's why I say, oh wait, my mind was switching it back and forth. I'm sorry. My mind is jumping right now. Hold on. It was this. Oh, you read my mind. I was just about to yell, but I ain't want to yell on the camera. Can you split that blunt?
I was about to give it to you.
Thank you.
I just need a couple puffs. So I'm about to run to Taco Bell and bread.
Taco Bell. I got some nice. Rape the Matrix. You can tell I listen to Joe Rogan a lot. Look what I'm about to say. I got some nice elk I just brought yesterday in the freezer.
Oh.
Okay? And you want Taco Bell?
That is.
I have elk, okay? I actually ran across it.
Very much different than Taco Bell.
No, it's ground elk. It's already grounded. You just gotta cook it like you would beef.
Honey, that's not Taco Bell.
Just ask them for they
Taco Bell.
ask them for their seasonings. But if for those who don't know, Joe Rogan, he always talking about how he hunts elk and stuff, and how you can hunt an elk and have meat in your freezer for a whole year and stuff. He always talks about it. So I actually saw it in a store for the first time in my life, like 2 days ago. So I had to get it.
SNS?
Yeah.
That's a real elk. Give me some fake elk from McDonald's.
What? It's like whatever floats your boat.
With the filler. The full strain elk.
My yard right now. Get up, that's like you need.
Are you breaking up?
I said I was out in my yard and stuff up. That's why
Oh.
Hold it right
every
there.
other minute.
Uh-huh. No, that's all good. I thought you was at the park already. But hey guys, something I was looking up, Nikita, talking about. Speaking of cannabis, there we go. Speaking of cannabis, I ran across this article a while ago. I mentioned it to you before, Rape the Matrix, but I want to show it on the podcast about that new compound that they found in cannabis that's 30 times more psychoactive than THC, as they title it in this article. It said in the breakthrough for cannabis research, scientists have discovered a cannabinoid 30 times stronger. Cannabis has over 400 known compounds in the plant, of which around 150 have been recognized as cannabinoids. The most commonly recognized THC, CBD, because of their pharmaceutical properties. People like, yeah, take CBD, you can relax. And now all these companies capitalizing on CBD because it's not federally illegal like THC. So look at all these loopholes. Now, in an attempt to define the cytocannabinoid profile that carry, but yeah, what I meant by what do the other ones do? What's all the other stuff going on in this weed actually doing for you? Now, in an attempt to define the psychocannabinoid profile that characterizes medical cannabis, a group of Italian researchers from the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, Emilia, the University of Rome, another university, Institute of Nanotechnology, has discovered two new compounds, THCP, tetracannabinoid furoro, or CBDP, cannabidiol. However you say that. The team of researchers described in a report how they isolated the two new cannabinoids, of which THCP binds to the CBD1 and CBD2 receptors of humans' endocannabinoid system. The study suggests 30 times more potent. I want to know how they know it's 30 times more potent. What makes spokes highlighted the beneficial noted that They expect the THCP has an even higher binding amphetamine for. Oh, it binds to the receptors. Okay, okay. Has a higher binding affinity for the CBD1 receptors and a greater cannabinometric activity than THC itself. Okay, answer my question right there. What else? They're going to keep finding new things and how to combine and do more, like in mushies. They are, you will. They are. And Daniel, you said, good day, just I hope all is well. All is so well. We got all these people coming in talking and finding out about this cannabinoid.
Yo, Ty,
Hey,
the dispensary down here, they have this nanotechnology powder now that you can get, and it's powdered nano cannabinoid. I wonder if it's made of that stuff talking about, because it doesn't specify the cannabinoid on the pack, which could mean it's that, or it could mean it's motherfucking annoying.
you think it was?
I doubt that would do that.
You ever heard THCA?
Yeah, crystal.
Yo, as soon as I said THCA, you well wrote like THCA and THCV.
Yeah, yeah.
As soon as
Yeah,
I
those
wrote,
are
as soon as I
all,
said
all,
it.
it's all good stuff.
And he said it's going to be 3,300 times the price.
Yeah,
That's how it is. That's why we gotta learn to do this ourselves, or at least get a team and know the people on the inside. Like those are the people I want in my circle. I want scientists
I'm gonna look and see
that
how
get
much
high.
that nano powder.
Nano
I'm gonna
powder.
check out that. Yeah, I'm gonna see how much it is real quick.
Hmm. And you said it's related to what again? I started smoking.
It's really, I don't know. It might be related to what you were talking about. Is what I said. That new THC and how they're working on nano, whatever technology, and they found that new compound.
Uh huh.
It might be that because it just came out like 2 days ago.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know that much about it.
Back. I'll send you the link.
I just googled nano powder all randomly just to see what happens. 420 said, I bet those scientists that found it had a blissful evening. Yeah, they did. They was chilling. They said, whoa. And we got something going here. You ever try I said hypno. Hip rising. You know, I never said it.
Superzine. Yeah, try it.
Hooperzine.
I'm gonna read this real quick. It says nano true powder is a mostly flavorless powder intended to be added to a liquid before oil use. True powder will become optically translucent or seem to mostly disappear in the liquid. The medicine was added using cutting edge and state-of-the-art technology. Powder uses sound wave sonication to achieve incredibly small nano-sized cannabinoids, which are then encapsulated. Researchers have shown great potential that nano-sized medicines have increased bioavailability, quicker onset time than other more traditional oral medicines. Encourage to start low and go slow.
Yeah, that's gonna keep advancing.
It's for 40 doses for $50. Each dose is 5 ml, but it hits you faster, so it's probably like take a regular edible or whatever. It says it's made up of cannabinoids, maltodextrin, and a long string of carbohydrates direct corn. No, it doesn't say what cannabis. Doesn't fucking research chemical and turn.
Hmm. I found the website. Probably the same one
Yeah,
you
it's
on now. Cannapowder.com.
Truly. No, go to True. It's a dispensary here in Florida. It's called Truly True Powder.
Truly True Powder. Oh, I think I
Yeah,
found one
T
too.
T
Wait,
R U L I E V E.
hold on, I just put the wrong thing. Period. Can you post the link in the Discord? I can just click it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hold on a second.
cool. I found this other website in the meantime. They got some cool pictures on it. I like whoever designed this site. It's not all traditionally all just set up. I like where everything's all placed at. Yeah, they call it a superfood. You get in capsule syrup. You can inhale it, vaporize it. Huh?
I've seen the ones that come in these like little quick, each like dose is measured. Inhale it like a asthma inhaler, and it's the powder in your lungs. It's like, and they got them with the asthma inhaler type. What inhale the gas? It's bad.
Daniel Earl, he said just decarbonate, then add grain alcohol to ground up flour and let it sit for a week, shaking every so often. Then strain the flour out and enjoy your full spectrum tincture. A couple droppers full of a nice dose of edible THC, CBD, and other. Yeah, thanks.
That's all.
And you all say your gut has to break down normally, but the pre-breakdown down with ultra. Oh yeah, I get it now. I'm getting it. It's coming together. And Daniel, you said true powder. You think that's for ACO.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. People are gonna get that confused. They're like, "Huh? Is that for ACL?"
Oh, cool. In order for cannabinoids to have an impact, they must first be activated, heated beyond 70 degrees Celsius, and then absorbed in the body in order to interact with the endocannabinoid system. The more common practices to achieve this are smoking, plant matter, and extraction into oil. Yep, yeah. Canna powder offers a pro-permeability fourth mechanism nano. I want to know what's. Wait, they developed this technology. And this one, they developed this technology in Jerusalem at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
Yeah, they like smoke.
Yeah, they do. It was wild today. I
My
heard her.
girlfriend's was Jew.
Oh, she was.
Yeah, and her parents love smoking. They're in their 60s. Yeah, it's hilarious. They'd smoke out for her and watch Israeli television because they had a huge satellite in their motherfucking yard.
I was wild when I first saw a rabbi talking about mushrooms.
Dude, they're advanced with drugs over there in Israel. They got some big laboratories over there, like Teva's one. They sell us a lot of our medication, like Walgreens and shit.
Yeah, are they
A
like
lot of shit.
they wasn't developed by the Europeans, so to speak. European like thinking. So they were still messing with their plants and herbs and messing with their spirituality, and everything was still all as intact as it is, I guess. Nothing's perfect. Are the most
I'm gonna
common?
go out. I'm gonna go to the woods soon and get these. There's a bunch of fucking psychotria nervosa growing out there. It's related to Psychotria verdis, the DMT one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's active, but it's a cool looking plant. And it gets these little white flowers, and it has coffee beans on it, just like the other one. They're all related to coffee. They get these little small coffee beans on them. They're real little. Looks like a berry, and you bust it open, and it's little bean in there. Line them shits across the fence. That shit'll look cool. It's cool. You can just go out in the woods right by your house and get all kinds of different plants. Shit that should and shouldn't be there.
Yeah, and it's all about knowing what's there too. Some people don't know what they even have around the corner. There's probably so much
Oh
I
man, there's
missed
so
in
much.
Philly.
There's a ton of papyrus grass down here, man. I could be making paper like crazy.
Pirate's
It's always like
grass?
that. Yeah, it's everywhere.
What's
Like
that?
that stuff in Egypt. It's like the stuff in Egypt that was made to make the first paper ever.
Oh, papyrus, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Uh huh.
yeah.
You should write your book with that. You first
Mm-hmm.
like make 2 copies that only exist on that paper that you found around the corner from your house. Legendary.
I, sh- I should when I publish copies for everyone in our group, send it with a fucking sheet of acid on in between it. That'd be cool.
You all said the thing is the plants have chems the body needs or wants but can't always make as needed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we like. We need them. We need all it like. That's why when I hear people talking about holistic foods and holistic medicines and stuff, like I get into what they getting into now, and I get into telling what I'm into as well, and it's like completing this big story because it's a whole lot of herbs that I'm not aware of, and I'm like these are the things that's helping people that just know what's there get by in their life, like improved memory, less stress without having to have the psychosis come with it, well the paranoia come with it, and just being able to literally do what they wanted to do. Y'all heard
I
of
gotta
Lucy Light?
go.
Oh, you gotta go.
No. I
Yeah.
was gonna say I gotta go out to this field later too and get some fuck cow patties because they took the cows away and they're gonna mow over this field and all that good compost will be gone.
Dang, you gotta get them while you
Yeah,
can.
yeah, a lot of good compost. And I'll just put it somewhere else and let it just rot and do its thing. Bro, it's good for growing everything.
Hey, rate the
And
Matrix.
just that, as a byproduct, you end up with some mushrooms here and there.
I know, like you say, like people say, or you said, so just gotta get them that spore spray and spray it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Daniel, he actually said, y'all ever heard of Lucia Light? It's like
No.
a light sim. It's like a light sim trip. I never heard of it. I'm gonna look it up though.
What is it? What is
Luc-
it called?
Lucia Light, Lucia. Oh, Lucia Light is supposed to naturally stimulate DMT. Oh, are you talking about the light that the guy that used to work for
Yeah.
Apple made? I think that's it. And he went over to India or Tibet, became a monk, but still had his technical stuff. And he put the light over top of it, and it flashes at a certain frequency, the strobe light, and it gives you certain things. I wanted to buy one once I heard about it. It cost like $2,000 or $1,000 or something.
There's a damn optical illusion thing on YouTube. It's the best one I ever seen. And the other day I looked at it, and with schizophrenia, it's fucking really, really cool. So, and it's like, it was the best one I seen, man. My whole wall was fucking melting, and it stays going for me, which is cool.
You talking about
And
when
it
it
lasts
spin
a little
around for a
longer.
long time? And
Yeah,
then,
bro,
yeah,
but
I love
these are like,
those.
these ain't these cheesy ass ones though. These ones fucking have like, vortex open up in my wall. I was like waiting for an entity to stick his fucking head through. It just looks like that to me, like some shit you'd see on a sci-fi movie.
I love those. That's why I put one at the beginning in one of my videos. when I did that big mushroom movie video, I put it in the beginning so that it start off with you looking like you tripping. Like when I was giving the warning to the video, I had the swirling things going around. But
Yeah, that shit's dope.
real quick, Daniel, he's saying that he had the Lucia light that we talking about. He had that experience. He said it was cool. He got some cool kaleidoscope visions.
Yeah, that's sweet.
And he said you can rent one for 50 a session. If it's in your town, I'll look into it. See if people going around trying to make some money having some sessions. I was thinking of making. Yo, you just got you want it. I was going to say I wanted to actually make one, and I was trying to see. He has a certain program that he uses in order so it flashes a certain frequency, a certain pattern of frequency, and changes up. And that was the thing I said I would have to try to learn. But I did think that I could. I had that when I first saw it. I said, yo, I could make that. And what you saying with Raspberry Pi? Raspberry Pi is this. It's this real small computer. Like it's like this big, like as big as my portable hard drive, probably smaller. And I'm seeing people program stuff out of that. I was just watching some guy use a Raspberry Pi to program. He made virtual reality glasses from CVT type screens, the old kind of screens we had with the tubes in the back. Somehow he made one out of that, and he programmed the Raspberry Pi to be able to control the 3D orientation as he walked around and stuff. So yeah, I should look into making that.
That's cool.
Cause that was my first idea. I was like $2,000. You could easy to make. Make only 8 LED lights and a HoloLens. Yeah, I think it would be easy. We just had to talk it out and dial in the right pattern, the right repetition or something, frequency, whatever it is.
You could probably find a file on Linux that runs one of those. There's so many things on there, bro. It's available on those operating systems. That's like free.
You just gotta use your mind, right?
There's fucking there's software on Linux like depositories that you can run ground penetrating radars with, all kinds of shit. Linux is dope. Like all the shit we run nowadays is lame. Windows is getting lame and all that shit. It's like so commercial.
I had Linux about 5 years ago when I was learning how to troubleshoot computers and trying to get certifications and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then I got scared from technology for some reason because I was listening to, not scared, but I started saying, man, I don't need it that much, because I started falling for all that hippy dippy do shit that I was seeing on YouTube and stuff. And when I moved to California, no. Something happened that made me not. Yeah, I didn't just keep pursuing it. Cause I was like, man, I don't need technology. I just need the nature, and I just need this and that, and it made me stop being as passionate as I was with technology. Cause I was really, really passionate. I'm back in it now. But now it's a whole new picture now, a whole new set of ideas where I want to create. I want to create and stuff with it, and learn the tools to actually be able to do that. You can make many things now. It said make the Thai Lucid Travel 99% max. Sell it, vote till China copies. Then have them sponsor. You have to add for them. That's China for you.
Hell yeah.
It's like our laws are not your laws. Your copyright is American.
Bro, they couldn't figure out our stealth bomber technology, so they made one out of cardboard and parked it outside one of their hangars. So we thought they had one by satellite.
It's like, yeah, their ego is just up there. Like it's just known that we're going to take your shit and amp it up. Like even with the Hawaii phones, like their phones is good. Their cameras is good. It's an awesome phone.
Yeah.
I be hearing Joe talk about it, and the other guy, I watch him talk about technology. Marcus, I gotta shout him out. He black. And Marcus, he talked about technology a lot. He was talking about the Hawaii phones made in China. It's so like they so good. But
Hmm.
now the Americas they actually banned in America now. They can't sell them now. And if they
I
do,
know that's retarded.
yeah, they can't put Android system on it now. That's what it's not banned, but you can't put Android on it. So they got to create that whole new market with corny apps, or start
Hmm.
fresh. You know, they just gonna develop. They saying they copying apps. That's what it was. That's why I brought this up. They saying they
You
copying the
can
apps.
all you gotta do is root it to like Debian or freaking Linux again. Just root
Yep,
and to
true.
that, and you'll have a device that runs to all that.
And that's why I like the mind. Like, my family always told me, and I see this when people talk to you, it's always something beyond what they're saying to you. It's because, and you know how it is in trips. You've been tripping before, and they had somebody say something to you, and it's the same thing, but they say it during the trip, and it's like, wow, that's what you was really saying. I was thinking about when she always
Hmm.
said, Steph, I don't want you to like. I want you to go to school because I don't want you to have a job where like you already know you're a person that's not gonna want to work with your hands. I want you to use your mind in order to make money, in order to do what you got to do. You got a smart brain out there. I want you to be able to use your mind. And now that I'm like hearing that now, like echoing through my chambers, I'm like, yo, it really is. Like, you got to use your mind, and your mind makes you come across things in a way where you can create, like, have more ideas in it. Like, how you just brought up, you can hack that phone and, like, bring it, put Android back on it. Like that's because
Hmm.
that's how your mind is thinking. You're not like, oh well, I got this physical foam and it got this stuff on there, and that's what it is. I'll try how to use this to the best of its capabilities. But then like when you really use your mind, like the farther you go back, you're like, wait, I can go farther. I can hack this foam and then do this and
Hmm.
that with it. I can mess with the settings. I can. This is something the
There's
programmer
always a
ain't
way.
even think about. Yeah, there's always a way. Always a way.
Like with your Wi-Fi problem, if you didn't get Xfinity, if you would have got like Parrot Security by
Mm-hmm.
Linux or Kali Linux, you could have just knocked your neighbor's Wi-Fi and no problem. It's easy.
I used to try to do that stuff when I was a youngster.
Yeah.
I used to look for programs on Google and try to hack people Wi-Fi's. I used to try to like
It's getting
I used to
so
want to do all of
automated now with
that.
Linux. It's getting so automated with Linux. You just got to know a couple commands and then where to look for it now. And you can sniff out passwords and Wi-Fi networks all day.
That's why they have it
It's
now.
crazy.
That's why they had it now. They got this security thing. When I had to download the Xfinity app, you could see who's connected to your home network. I'm like, oh, they catching
Yeah.
on to people. Like you can't just be hidden on somebody's network. Like they can see you.
Yeah, I got rid of Xfinity because they sent me over 1,800 trackers in one day because I was downloading movies and stuff, and they're just like, "What the hell?" And I forgot to turn on my VPN one time,
Oh,
and they sent me a damn note in the mail saying Sony would sue me if I kept doing this shit, and I'm like, "Damn."
they sent that to
I said,
my girlfriend brother before. Like sent him a notice, and they slowed down his internet for like a couple weeks.
"Yeah, they slowed mine down forever," and I was like, "Come get your shit out of my house, or you're gonna find it in the fucking street." And that's when they came and got it. I had to pay $100 just to break the contract.
Hmm. Hey Daniel,
But
go ahead.
they don't bust your balls though, as long as you ain't getting torrents and shit without a
Hmm.
VPN.
I gotta get a VPN. I'm gonna
Are
get
you
one.
running Android and Google Chrome or
Right now I just got Chrome and Windows.
Hox VPN is good for Chrome. HOXX. It's an add-on for Chrome. And
HOX.
if you're using like a phone type device that's total Android, you can get Turbo VPN Chrome and it'll run good.
Cool. I got
You can
the
get Turbo VPN in the App Store, and you can get Hox VPN in the browser add-on section.
I got it open in another tab now, so I can download it later.
Yeah, that shit's dope. The Hox, and you can choose any country to be in.
My
Pretty
friend know
good.
how to do his own VPN. UL just brought it up.
Yeah, it's you gotta.
He works for a
It's
security
easy.
company now.
Oh, that's cool.
We was in the same program. Like he was always more into getting in security and cold than I was. Like that was his passion. I should hit him up. But real fast, the backtrack to Daniel, he said they'll be fresh. He said I think we can. He was talking about the light thing again. Talking about how you can do
Yeah.
it by looking at the sun with your eyes closed and the windmill style fan in front of you to spin and break up the light. I believe it's called the flicker effect. I was about to make up an effect name for that. I was about to say, yo, it seemed like that happened before to me, and I seen it in something else, somewhere else. The flickering effect. No software or electricity needed. And then Yoel said, do you think you can trigger um learn Python? Oh, I remember Python. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
one of the programmers. Python and HTML5 and C++, something like.
You can do a lot with Python.
Yeah, I'm doing it. And but you said you said the sound from DMT trip. I wonder if it can trigger the trip. What you think about that?
Dude, the sound thing, man. I mess with that all the time when I smoke DMT.
Mhm.
I always mess with it, and it keeps it going and going and going. And I'm like, man, I gotta turn this shit off. I'm gonna jump off here real quick. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Cool, bro. And if I'm not around, then thanks for coming by.
Yeah, bro.
It was nice to have this run
Shit,
smoothly.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Real
Hey,
smooth.
UL, I'm gonna be on the Discord in like 15 minutes. I want to ask you about what's the best herb for sinus infection if antibiotics didn't work. I'll be out there in like 15, 20.
Cool. I think you
All right,
got it.
bro.
All right, bro. Much love. Peace.
Later.
Later. And again, guys, if anybody ever want to jump on, oop, that's the wrong thing. Y'all can do so as well. Just chilling on out. But they continue about the sound and stuff. I think so. I think it does, man. The sound can trigger sound frequencies trigger DMT like experience. I'm thinking even in thoughts, like even if it's not a breakthrough and stuff like that, even the thoughts that it makes me go through, the thought realm or the space that I enter, like when I listen to certain music and stuff, and it got tones and things. And right now I'm just thinking of that one Pearson one, like my voice, like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I was trying to recreate a sound that is impossible to do with my voice, and I was about to try, and then I stopped myself. The documentary Inner Worlds, Outer Worlds made me start wondering if vibration is the life force. I've got to head to clean an office in a minute, otherwise I'll jump on Discord. Oh, that's alright. Made me start wondering if vibration is the life force. I think it's a cool manipulation tool. Sing it, Ty. I think it's a cool manipulation tool, the sound and stuff. Like for whatever is worth. Whatever is worth. Cause I swear, like some music, I only come across. I don't know. This a tangent thought. But some music, I swear it comes across when I'm in a certain vibe. Or some music I forget about. And then after a trip, I will feel out the music will like come back on the recommendations. Or I have a thought, the idea comes for me to type it in. And then I'm like, wow. And I'm taken to this space when I'm listening to it. And I'm like, and then other songs, I'd be like new music that I never heard before, but it reminds me of what just happened in my trip, and then it coincides with what's happening in life at that moment right now. Yeah, I think if you use tri beats to do things we haven't yet similar to levitation but far beyond. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Astro Way. Hey, it's been a while. I ain't been on it in a while. I've been keeping up with your channel. Everybody check out Astro Way channel. Got the mushroom growing game popping. Mysterious figures growing all of these things, showing you the step-by-step process. But it's all hosted on the Astro Way channel. So check it out. And some cool commentary in the background, like Terrence McKenna and Alan Watts. You said tri beats to do things that's similar to levitation but far beyond. And when it comes to binaural beats, but tri beats, I don't think that term run across my mind before. I heard of binaural beats, but 3 at the same time. That reminds me of this guy who was ran across this video yesterday. He was on mushrooms and he was talking through 3 different microphones at the same time. He just recorded him just doing something random while he was on it. And he had 3 microphones up. And I was actually listening. This happened yesterday and I was listening to all of them. And I was listening to all the 3. And I was like, yo, this is different. 3 different voices. Now I'm saying this now. Oh, what's going on? I see something going. See some in the chat. Hi, new to the channel. Much respect. Hey, what's going on? Ahmad? Ahmad? Thanks for coming by. We having some good moments now. We having some cool moments. Look up sound. 3D focusing sound and same point. Have you seen that doc on YouTube, Inner Worlds, Outer Worlds? Oh, my mind was jumping. I did see that. Inner Worlds, Outer. I just got to see the thumbnail so I can get a picture. And then I'm going to look up sound levitation. Yeah, I seen this documentary. I don't remember specifically what they was mentioning in it. But when I was doing all my YouTube binges and searching for the truth and all of that stuff, this was one of the videos for sure. I don't want to get copyrighted. But and I can't see the screen. But the inner worlds, outer worlds too. What they was mentioning with that, I noticed I got quiet. With the inner worlds, outer worlds, I think that was on a bunch of meditation and stuff. But I had to look through it to see exactly what points they was hitting on. I'll make sure I do that today so I can let you know what I thought about it. Or what thoughts came to mind. Not specifically what I thought, but what thoughts came into the atmosphere. The physics of sound levitation. Let's see if it's a video too. That probably would run a little better. I want to see what pops up. Well, do you think sound levitation was used to make the pyramids and other monolithic? Yeah, I was gonna ask, what kind of sound levitation do you mean? Like through the chanting of certain words or vibrations or the air or like technology? Like mineral technology. Catching things and standing waves. Oh, I was taking this good old time. It's supposed to be fast. Fast like Sonic. But this is still interesting itself. Being able to levitate something in mid-air through waves, through sound waves. First, the wave, like all sound, is a longitudinal pressure wave. A longitudinal wave movement of points in a wave is parallel in the direction of the wave travels. This kind of motion you'll see if you push and pulled the end of one stretchy slinky. Most illustrations, though, depict sound as a transverse wave, which is what you'll see if you rapidly move one end of a slinky up and down. This is simply because transverse waves are easier to visualize than longitudinal waves. But let's blow this up. Let's blow this picture up. Whoa. It took the court to decide, oh, why is the Tropic of Capricorn important? Oh, so the transducer, the speaker is on the bottom, the reflector reflecting the sound is on the top, and then it's in the middle. It's literally riding the wave. Objects hover in a slightly different area within the sound field depending on the influence of gravity. It takes more than just ordinary sound waves to supply this amount of pressure. Sound waves acoustics. Oh, they got like 3 pages. That's a lot. The sound is... Sound is something else. There's the most I can say right now. And y'all said dolphins using sonar to diagnose cancer. Ooh. What? I gotta look that up. Just because it sounds cool. Dolphins sense cancer. Oh wait, I just knocked the cord out. Let me make sure everything is still cool. Test. Alright, we alright. Get back to the screen. Bang. New article. Pun intentional. Intentional. You had to write the whole thing out. Promoting a healthy site for wounds. MIT's dolphin could spot tiny tumors for early cancer detection. The earlier cancer detected, better the odds of treating it. No shit. Currently, there's a bit of a trade-off in medical imaging between depth and resolution. MRI and CT scans can see all the way through the body, but will miss tumors smaller than 1 centimeter, 0.4 inches. Optical imaging techniques, on the other hand, can see smaller tumors, but can't peer any deeper into the patient than about 3 centimeters. We want to be able to find cancer as much as... Yeah, so what did y'all do? To test the dolphin system, the team used probes containing different nanoparticles that would fluorescence in different wavelengths of near-infrared light. Then they had mice swallow the probe and track their progress through the digestive system. That's particularly impressive given that the probes were just 1 millimeter long, far smaller than usually possible with optical imaging. Better yet, the team broke... Wait, where the dolphins come in? Better yet, the team also broke depths. In another test, particles were injected into the bodies of mice and rats that can be seen as deep as depths 4 centimeters. That maximum depth was doubled when they tested on samples of animal tissues and human-like tissues. As it stands, this was proof of concept to see if it was possible to use... Oh my god, I'm reading something totally different. I'm reading something that's tight. I think this is an acronym. That dolphin right here is an acronym. I clicked on the wrong thing. I'm like, hold up, what's this got to do with water dolphins? Gosh. Sorry about that. Could open new tech in many areas. It will. It will. I think this doctor saying he was inspired. A news story about a woman who swam with dolphins was somehow inspired to visit a doctor who identified a cancer tumor. Has speculated a dolphin might have helped. Went on a dolphin cruise, and once in the water with about 15 dolphins, something strange happened. One male dolphin stayed near her and even bumped her, then did a flip in front of her. She told the dolphin trainer that happened and asked her if she was sick and if the dolphin swam as one of her last wishes. She said no and replied the same answer. As she returned, she noticed a pain in her chest and decided to go to the doctor. After remembering the dolphin encounter, the dolphin found a tumor in her lungs. Despite the mythology, there's no evidence that blah blah blah. While the dolphin was... Yeah, this is something else. But that's still a cool story. Dolphins know. Like, what are dolphins, man? They're so strong. I said mindstorming similar. Yeah. I get like that. Dolphins can detect pregnancy using echolocation. They like, yo, I see a baby in there. I do this all the time. This is how I live. I'm always sending signals out. Maybe possible. I think it's extremely possible that dolphins would be able to detect a fetus. However, you had to do a really well-controlled study to get a definitive statement. Or just do a lot of LSD and talk to the dolphin. Just like that other guy that was talking to the dolphins. And then he went on to invent the isolation tank that now everybody is going around using. You think I'm playing? I am. But for real, that actually did happen. There was a guy taking a bunch of LSD, and then he went to go talk to dolphins and stuff and was doing studies, and then he went on to invent the isolation tank chamber, the water tank when you sit and it's all dark. We need to learn how nature has advanced. John Lilly, that was his name. John, that's the game. That's the guy I was talking about. John Lilly. I think that's one of the guys, or the guy. But no, we really do have to focus. See how, learn how nature advance. Not really focus. Not really see, but just learn. Learn. And nature is so. I'm thinking of nature is like the outside environment. And why did it just cut off? At least it took 2.5 hours before him had his first mistake. All right, it says stream resumed.
Is the internet working better for you?
Yeah, it just had his first mistake. It cut the stream off. It came back on.
Everything else been fluent.
Yeah. What I'm thinking about how nature. I'm thinking about the nature of the outside of the plants and the animals and us, technology, thoughts, ideas, and how they all advancing and how they all moving towards something else. The next, everything is all evolving. Nature-based tech is what we need to make things work efficiently. Yeah. And the more it's all coming together, and us having these ideas of having the technology combined with all of our animal interests and nature and being able to combine it all together, I think that's when we're gonna get the biotech, the bio skin and stuff like that can change colors or appear in certain ways. Because we already been learning from nature. Like a lot of our fashion, a lot of our like designs and armor and stuff. I'm trying to think of some history documentaries that I heard back in the past. Like a lot of our designs and fighting styles and things like even things like fighting comes from animals, comes from nature. So now with this new technology stuff, with this new technology that we have and developing, it's like the next step. The next step is now how do we incorporate nature into this technology so we're not just punching it all wildly into the air, all guessing all the time. Well, we still gonna be guessing, having fun. Just punching all wildly, but see what's working in the nature and see what we developing and bada bang, bada boom. And I think that's what's happening on the highest level, like with the nanotechs and having self-simulating robots that will replicate themselves. I'm just going back in my old past mind. But that's still happening. Because then it would be used to regenerate and create organs and stuff like that. And then you won't need organ donors or have to wait a whole year to get your transplant and wait for the right match and stuff like that. Sea creatures can harden skin almost stone and color change. Yeah, I'm thinking of the octopus. Octopus and stuff, how fast they change, as if their mind is their color. And the way that their skin is made, is the pigments and stuff. It's all something to learn just by looking at it, breaking apart. Man. Air turtle stove. You got something about to get you as soon as it senses it. Like it changes it so fast. Like if something about to touch it or it's about to go, it just change it. So it's like a living suit. I'm thinking of now it's coming to my mind that the Iron Man suit that he made for Spider-Man in the new movies. In the new movie, Spider-Man has this new suit and it has this AI built into it. But I don't think it can change color. I don't think it could change color and stuff. But the senses that's being put into it and the way that it talks and stuff, that's pretty neat. But our suit, on the other hand, can sense when things come and probably harden up real quick. Think, change color to make you adapt to the situation. Just off of what you just thought at the moment. And bioluminescence in sea life is awesome as well. Yeah, I still like watching all those documentaries with David Attenborough and stuff, and them showing the jellyfish and they're bioluminescence, and they have like red, blue, yellows, pinks. They have all the colors. And that's like once the sunlight don't reach down there, that's when they start really lighting up. They like the sunlight not here. We had to make up our own shit. Deep, deep sea. And compared to the electric eel and all of those, compared to the animals here, those might as well be aliens or those really are. I remember I just see this picture now. The one picture that was always in my head was the deep sea anglerfish. That was one of the first deep sea fish that I learned about, and I was like, oh, that's cool. You got the little angler dangling in the front, and it lights up and stuff to trick the fish. Hey, wow.
Oh shit. We still didn't send a teacher stuff.
We got the tablet working now, so it'll be easier to do it on the tablet. It was a little harder on the phone. So just download the picture on the tablet, and then you can open up Photoshop Mix real quick, and I can do it real fast. I just got to type on it the date and what she was doing.
Are you still alive?
Yeah. It's cool. Just talking about some work I do for the kid. Gotta send it to somebody. But these are some awesome pictures that I was given as a slideshow.
Saturday Sundays.
He said, Daniel, you said, I've heard theories of darkness stimulating DMT like the pyramids and caves, light deprivation. Yeah, light deprivation is a good case. That's why I think even with mushrooms, once you turn off the lights, once you turn out the lights, it makes it so that you go deeper into the trip, deeper into the vision, into the imagination, into the other, and like really go into the beyond. And I was thinking of the people that go into the caves. But what you say? You said, wonder if deep sea life is tripping hard and using powers only unlocked by life molecule. Yo. and, and what if they did? And they was down there, so then they was able to remix more than the other fish that's powered by the sun so much, and able to get all the psychoplasm and stuff, and get the energy from there. So so then the fish down there, they got to have remix their life more. They got to change their genes up and see what happened if they did this or if they did this. A little more self-aware. And that's why they even look a little more dramatic. No, that makes sense. I'm far out. I'm far with you. I'm diving deep once again. Because I was just going to mention on another note about the people that go into the caves. And then they specifically go in the caves until they start tripping. Like even to this day, like for 2 weeks. They don't have no white light for like 2 weeks. There's some guy on YouTube talking about his experience. And then he said lights started coming on and started appearing in front of him after a while. It's wild. He said they made trippy light shows too. Yeah, they like, yo, I'm flashy. They ain't had technology. They ain't had technology to make all of the Christmas lights and LED lights and stuff, so they just did it all within. They said, oh, it's all me. It really is all me. Oh, I took it off. I was still scrolling. It is 1:44. Oh, but this is an old article just because it was just up in the tab, so I'm just going through it so I can get it away with. But the religious, just talking about the rabbis doing shrooms. I'll put the link in the script in the. Y'all see it. It's about to pop up now. I'll put it in the chat and then Discord. But you said I think we based OLED on them. The OLED technology. Man, I finally started just seeing OLED TVs in person. It is something else. It is something else. And how they can make them wallpaper thin. Like, that's how you saying probably based it off of them because their skin is really, really thin. Like a jellyfish skin is still like a jellyfish. And it's able to produce all of these light shows and colors and stuff. And you know, once you get the programming to manipulate it to make those lights appear in a certain pattern and arrangements to make it lifelike or like how this reality is and stuff. Y'all know what I mean, lifelike then. Man, inspiration takes many forms. And now we got higher resolution right off of that. Ooh, $10,000 TV. It's like, that's just $10,000, just money. If I want the TV, it will appear. Hold on, let me look up OLED. Just to get a general thing of OLED technology and what it is. Alright, OLED. I always say OLED, but it's OLED. OLED stands for organic light emitting diodes. So before, I never knew that. So I just I thought I knew, but I didn't know. So light organic emitting diodes, LED is what was the step right before this, light emitting diodes. And you just like got to put the slightest occurrence through them and it would emit a light color and you could change it up, the frequency and stuff. But OLED is organic. What makes it organic, I ask? And its cutting edge technology results from many innovations. Yep. As the name suggests, is the next yep. Come on, say something. Introductions and basics. Oh, it's saying I clicked on this before. I don't remember doing that. You think people ever have light-based or image-based language? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not have a language based on light? I think it's kind of like that in trips. Like, I think colors and stuff and patterns and certain patterns and things is already like something talking and it's already. Hold on, I'm jumping over a bunch of things right now. How OLED works. Most is plotted through sensors that require backlight or filters. They are more efficient, simpler to make, and much thinner. And this is how they're made. The OLEDs from cathode. And then they got all this stuff here y'all can see. The substrate. I don't really know what those are. Yeah, so that's something to look into. That's something to look into a little later. But light-based language and stuff like that. I think it's like already happening, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Here it can seem like light years of data and a few lights from beyond. Yes. And Daniel, you said you heading to work. Thank you. Have a great day. You have a spectacular day. But ride it out well. Ride it out well, Chief. But no, yeah, that's what I know. I'm on with it. I'm on with it. And the downloads, it comes in here because it's just so because we're trying to translate it. that light and the language and the colors and stuff. We're trying to translate it to English or Japanese or through art or something else that is still like it's a translation instead of just passing the light, so to speak. I gotta say so to speak, but yeah, passing the light. Passing the light. I just had that hippie saying that I always say hippie saying, but that's just me trying to downplay something that is actually true, that like kind of true or a subjective truth that we are light beings. We're light beings. So that rings a lot of true. That rings so much true, and we're doing something else. Oh yeah, I kept telling y'all about the magicians, about the book I read and stuff like that, the audio book. Oh, this has been about 3 hours. That's all right. That's dope. 2 hours and 54 minutes. I still didn't start watching the Picard one. The new one. Ozo brought it up. I need to check it out. I'm still watching the old ones. I still just be putting it on Netflix. I just said that. You will, man. When the situation comes up, we gonna link up. We gonna link up in the physical. We gonna chill, smoke some L's, trip out on something. Just vibe out. We're just gonna vibe out. No definition pass. They're just gonna vibe out. That's weird. You keep typing everything I'm writing, saying, and I keep saying everything you typing, and that's been going on for like a year though. I'm just being excited. It is the 26th. But I gotta watch the. I think I seen a couple episodes of the Voyager. One time I tried bouncing around, but I didn't like the one where they actually had the black guy as the captain. Not like it, but it seemed like the production quality went down when they with that one. Even though it came out after the Next Generation, I was like, why?
Does this work? I need a phone or computer or something. Use your phone.
Yeah, you can use my phone. Yeah, just making sure. Yeah, they didn't call me back. But
Oh, you people.
yeah, on the same mind train. That's all. That's all it is. But yeah, the Magicians. I've been watching the Magicians since. I've been excited about the Magicians. Yeah, Deep Space Nine. That's what it was. Deep Space Nine. It was boring to me. And I just felt instinctively bored about it. But I was trying to watch it because I said, oh, this black guy's the captain finally. And I was watching a whole bunch of Next Generation. But I watched about like 5-6 ones. It was cool. I always like watching the first episodes of seasons. And the first episodes and the finales and like in the middle. Catch it in the middle. Because sometimes they get a little lazy like in the in-betweens. But they try to do like put they all into the season premieres and finales and mid specials. Magicians was a show that I've been excited about for the past 6 years. 6 years, and my Jamina just shook her head and looked at me and said, yeah. And you said that Deep Space Nine is not exploring like others. And you probably watch more than me, so you know. With the Magicians, I was watching it all the time, and I was writing. I was so into it that I was writing the actors on Twitter, so that they can write me back, and I was like saying hey and stuff like that. And I got a response twice. I got one from Margaret and Alice. That's their name in the show. And they were just like, "Hey, this a thanks or something." Something. I was real hyped. But overall in the show let me get something.
I forgot about that.
The show, it starts off with the boy Quentin.
Quentin too, right?
Hmm.
And Quentin too, right?
Yeah, that's the main character name.
No, so you got respect from Quentin too, I think.
I must have forgot. I don't know. How you doing so much? I just remember the one from Alex. But it's wild because it started off with him, this guy that was thinking that he was crazy. I mean, he wasn't thinking he was crazy, but he wasn't fitting in with society that much. And he liked to do magic tricks with his cards, and then he gets invited to this magical school, and they go through all this training and things. Yeah, they do good characters. Yeah, they do. There's so many interactions with it. And now that I read the book and I saw every show in like the seasons a bunch of times, it makes so much sense. Like even in the show, they have certain nods to the book where they know that if you read the book, they'll say something, they'll say a joke, because in the book the characters, even Penny in this one, he's like this Indian brown skin, like kind of tough mannered guy, but in the book he was like white pale skinned, but he was still a traveler and he was still just as good at spells and stuff like that. So they like will say something in the store in there, and then it will correlate to that. But it will also be correlating like the never ending story, the tie ending story. It be going to my life watching it, because like Quentin, when I first started watching, he was into magic, like card tricks and stuff. And when I first started watching the show, I didn't know about psychedelics. I just knew about magic tricks, and I wanted to be a magician. I was the magician at my daughter's baby shower. Like, that's how much I was in. I was doing tricks for like everybody. I was like, "Yo, look at this," and I had everybody sit, and I made cards disappear between hands when everybody was looking and all this stuff. It was dope times. And then when I was watching the show, that's what the main character was doing, and I was like, "Wow, this show's for me." And then he was just like, he found this other school and stuff. And I can go in depth for years about it, but overall, like Alex, it's that type story, open for the reader to find oneself in the characters, and that's where I like it too, because now they'll push you in that story to make you focus on all the characters, because it's not, the story is not just about Quentin, but they go in depth about Alex, Penny, Margaret, and Elliot. So all of those characters, I just saw myself as being me. And now I'm gonna ruin the spoilers, but in season 4, Margaret goes on a trip, a literal trip. Like, she drinks this venom from a snake, and it made her hallucinate while she was out in the desert, because she had to collect the black sand and blah blah blah. But all the characters, all of the her friends started coming up as hallucinations in front of her, and they started doing this big dance number. But she real cutthroat with things. She's like, "What is going on?" And she's like, "Are you representing my blah blah blah, and you're representing this?" And like, so in the story, like, it's just so many confirmations all the time for me. But she was even showing in the story how all the characters are related to each other and all their stories, because they go through different timelines and stuff, and like, this is another version of themselves, and this the stuff we all go through on trips. And like, man, is this the same me from the last time? And seemed like I died, or I went to the future, or I got this spell that was put on me that was stopping me from accessing certain information or knowing who I was in this world of magicians, in the world of the people that don't even know magic exists. And, and I'm comparing to psychedelics and DMT, and then people going to work and stuff, because it's all the way they play it with the magicians. They play it on an adult type level, where the interactions when it comes to money, like they got the hedge witches, which is like the so-called witches that didn't get into the pristine academies, because the academies was for the people who were ultra smart, like, or like you first, no, I guess for some people, like they were the top of their class, and then they were the top of that class. And so like Penny was about to go to Harvard or Yale or something like that, but then he got the ticket to go to this place, and the scenarios played out so that it just happened like that. It just happened like that. But also, I'm thinking about the tests, like the test that they had to take for to test their magical aptitude. The parts about people and fairies is similar to old tales, and how people live alongside the fairies. Yeah, and the fairies was vicious in this one though too. The fairy king, they was vicious. They didn't care. They did not care until they went and stole their eggs. But y'all gotta get the story. Y'all gotta know this. Y'all gotta know the story. But something I was getting to, when they first had to take the magical aptitude test, it was stuff appearing on the page and things, and when it wasn't there, and they had to like do hand signals and hand sigils, like that's how they do their magic, through hand sigils and things like that. So that's how they perform it. So they'll be like and then you do some real intricate stuff, and then stuff. It's a dope show, and I really can talk about it for another 3 hours. And I actually would like to in another way, in another time. Mudras, that's what they do. And they do straight mudras. And I learned that the person came on the show. They hired some people that come on the show to teach the actors how to do the hand signals, to do the particular hand signals, to get their hands in uncomfortable positions, like this or something, uncomfortable positions, in order to feel it, in order to feel what the, I guess, the producers and the writers and stuff knew what they needed. I think tucking, that's what it was, tucking. And then, like you said, like on trips, when you start focusing your energy and doing certain things that you only know what you're really doing when you're over there. But they hired people that did tucking. It was this dance craze. My friend used to do it. Tucking. Let me see if it come up when I type in tucking fingers.
What's that show, the OA, where they started doing the thing trying to bring the boy back to life?
Yeah, just like.
Mm-hmm.
You're right about that.
Another kind of concept for it, but it's just like the English language.
Talk louder.
Well, I'm not sure what show it is.
Yeah, the OA.
OA.
It was the OA. She was saying on the OA how when they went on to the other side after their near-death experience, which is similar, like you were saying, like on trips, is they came back with some hand signals that then when they had enough trips and kept going back, well, when they had enough trips, they came back finally at some point with the sigil, the mudra. I was going to say sigil, the mudra, and then when they was finally able to do it, they was able to do cool things like on other worlds and stuff like that. Hey, why? It's not coming up. Tucking finger dance. Yeah, the OA, man. That lady that wrote it, and it was a guy too. They was cool to put all of that in there. Here goes the tucking that I was talking about. My friend used to do this back in the day. Wait, let me make sure. I gotta do it so I can still see our chat.
They probably would use that to turn into. And I would think like was it Tai Chi, that kind of thing, combination between tucking and Tai Chi type stuff.
It is. Yeah, focusing some other energy into
Qigong.
Mm-hmm. You know. She know from the yoga stuff, with the qigong techniques and the breathing and the sitting in cross legs and the hands, the rest, so you can get deeper into the postures and stuff.
And the different breathing techniques depending on what energy you're trying to um, bring out. Different hand motions depending on what kind of energy you're trying to bring out. And where the space you're trying to bring it to is where you move your hands and stuff.
Yep.
First for aligning your chakras the way you need them. By breathing, probably.
Yeah, it's all in the breath. It's all in the breath. Talk that talk. Talk that time. Whoa, what just happened? Here goes the thanks for saying that. Pranayama, but you do a full natural level on trips. Fully natural level on trips. You do. That's why I be telling her. I say you getting the hints, you getting it. You're gonna get that full experience and then come back and then you can, it's like you get hints, you get it. And then like you go there, then you come back and do the same thing. And then it's like, then it's there. And then like it comes more activated and stuff. I remember when I first ran across pranayama inside of Alistair Crowley's book of is it Book of Tears? No, one in his Book of Magic when he was talking about the different forms of yoga and the breathing techniques. But before I do that, here go the finger tutting I was talking about. Like that's still pretty cool. I'm gonna see if I can play the music for like 1 second. Alright, I don't want to get copyrighted. But y'all see the trippy music he got in the background. That was so smooth. That was smooth. Oh, that was smooth. That was too smooth. But yeah, Jamina, you're right. Doing the breathing techniques and focusing on what you want to bring out, it really is real beneficial to like what you actually like getting your ideas out and what you actually want to happen and feeling good
Moving your hands is
and moving.
energy where it need to go.
Yeah.
Whether it's out or in. Everything you breathe in energy through your palms and your hands and through your soles of your feet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you would collect the energy.
A little louder.
That's where you would collect the energy. Where you move put your feet in your hands and breathe in, get you in tune more with the energy you conjuring. right along with the feeling. Not really even what you're thinking, just what you're feeling. I would say.
Yeah, it is more what you feel. The thinking be getting in the way. Trying to process it and make it do certain things. Like try to make it a certain way based off of something else instead of what can actually be. You know?
Focus on what you're feeling, and then if you need to change how you're feeling to get what you want, then that's what you have to do with your breathing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you get that energy.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep putting you on the spot until you say something. I'm not gonna keep talking. Like, I got you. Yeah, I'm not gonna make you that nervous. If you ever come on the show, I won't make y'all that nervous. Or I probably will on purpose.
Now you're playing with me. Ain't sitting on me.
You always said I met. Yeah, yep. And I get reminded of it every time I watch Naruto or stuff like that, and I'll get into the Sharingans and the Rinnegan and things like that, and the fascinations and stuff. It's there, and it is like it's just like that. It's like it's a more advanced, and it's just like how they say in Naruto. It's not that it's a better technique. It's just like it's a higher. It's just another higher technique. I don't know, just to say it like that. Just how they said it in the book. I mean, Naruto, higher level technique. And you well said, your logic mind is not well connected to the energy flow.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, that's infinite. Your logic mind is not. But the atmosphere is infinite. And so you gotta collect it from the atmosphere to get all the information you need. Get the right feedback to get what you want.
Get what you want, what you need. Oh, that's my girlfriend talking right now. Oh. I read that all wrong. Your mom, yeah, they do. I just had I was just thinking about my mom, and I was thinking about how I see the person I work with, how she treat her, how she look at her kids, and how they just instinctively just like, they just know. I'm gonna give you that look. You know not to say another word. My mom was never big on that. I seen a lot of other things in my mom. My mom never tried to place things on us. She was real free spirited kind of thing. And but my grandma, I seen it from my grandma. Like my grandma got that eye for sure. It does that fascination for sure.
She's the opposite.
She uses it in that way for sure. She uses it in that way. She uses it. And that's why I see myself getting out of her oh, I was about to use another Naruto term. What is it called? I'm sorry. It's an eye technique. Wait. Eye technique. Blah blah blah. Naruto. It's oh yeah. I got out of her genjutsu. That's what it's called. I got out of her genjutsu, which is like a illusion that is cast over somebody just by looking at them. Like you don't have to do the hand seal in order to conjure the thing, but just by them glancing at you, you're caught up in their genjutsu. And then the show, you can be caught up in the reality, in a whole nother reality, and think you even fighting them, but you just fighting this illusion that they created for you in that instant. And it was this wild guy that in the end, like the big climax in Naruto, the guy wanted to collected the three eye jitsus or whatever by taking them from other people. Like in that show, he literally took it out of their face and stuff like that. But he wanted to cast an eye illusion on the moon, and then off the moon use it to reflect onto reality, so that reality was in a way that, no, I know it's real. I know it is. I'm in it. You in it. In the show, he wanted to cast an illusion off the moon and then cast it down onto the people in order to create a reality in the way that he saw, because he saw that was the only way to rid people of their own fears and anxieties and wars and stuff, was by them living in an illusion that they didn't even know that they was under, that was placed by this real powerful genjutsu that he was in. And to let y'all know what I'm talking about, it comes up when I do it, and I'll type that in. It says yeah, blah 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 do dojutsu are ninja abilities that utilize the eye, by a product of specific Keki Genkai or Kekimura. Screen rant. Sharingan. I want to know, what was that last one? The moon illusion cast jutsu. There it is. The Eye of the Moon Path was created by Midori Achieved to bring peace to the world. Though its execution did not go according to plan, the end goal though it's according to plan, some further his personal motivations, the end goal remains the same for all involved, projecting the infinite Tetsugumi on the moon in order to trap the entire world in a dream, thus saving mankind from destroying itself, but also at the price of robbing free will from the entire world. Yeah, I was on point. Let me see this picture. Look how trippy these is. Like, that's all I hear when I see it. With the lotus mantra in the middle. And this was the mother. Oh gosh. She was more vicious than all of them in the end of the day. Price and practice. Oh, you seen it? Okay. Cool. It's just real cool that that's all in there. Tunnel of Eyes and Flowers. That's something else. Da, da, da. And I have so much lore built up in me. Like, and I and it all means something too. It all means something. Cause I just was going through it in my head, or something was going on. I just wanted to talk about how, like, a lot of people be saying, why do you focus on things like that don't matter? Like, why do you focus on, like, a lot of people literally don't like non-fiction books. I mean, fiction books. I was watching somebody podcast, and there's this lady saying, I don't like how they break it down. Like, yeah, the sun was shining through the window as the curtains blew backwards, and I wished my hair back and thought to myself. They was like, come on, get to the point, like, too much, or just aliens and stuff. I'm like, but now I'm seeing how vital, but just how cool it was for my story, because it all connects. Because it's like I was tripping when I was watching and listening to these stories, and I was the story. I'm just just in my character reading it, but also when you're a kid and you reading stuff, or just how I feel now. Forget it. I don't mean to. I mean, when I mean forget it, but know it. When I'm reading stuff, I realize that I'm that character going through that stuff, and that's why the frequencies, synchronicities. I keep trying to add the S. I guess frequenicities because it be happening so frequently that is just life at this point. But
Right. That's a nice word.
Franquinicity or the toxicity. We're gonna do franquinicity. It's just there.
Synchronicity, coincidence, and what was the other one?
Yesterday's fiction is tomorrow's non-fiction. Now you choose what you will bring forth.
Synchronicity.
And that's what has been happening, you. Oh, gosh. I mean, woo. Woo. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Going on the trips, I realized that all of this stuff was me all along, doing all of these things. Like I'm Superman, I'm Batman, I'm all of these things, and that's why even in reality we like to dress up in costumes. That's why Comic-Con exists with full-blown adults going there. It's because this inner feeling of what you want to do, and some people latch on dressed up in the costume. But now I realize like I'm all of that. I'm all of that. So now exactly how you what you hitting for, what I was feeling is that now is with all of that, it's like all of that is experience. Like it's knowledge but it's better than knowledge. It's like it's experience. It's literal experience. So now when I talk or I do stuff, I'm moving with the intensity of multiverses. Like I I feel it, like I'm moving with the intensity of like and just like just different things, and it's all at a flip of a coin. We put new names and customs, the icons, but they are the same of old. Yeah. Part of us always. Oh man. Yeah. All of that. That's why I was saying that on True Channel. Like we remixing. Remix culture is not a bad thing. Remix like shows, like you know who you are, where you been, and you got some kind of vision of where you going. And the vision is this where I am now. This is what happened. So what else can happen but the combination of the two? And now we finding sound bites from here and stuff, and remixing it and doing our thing. Here, Jesus Superman. My screen is dirty right there. Here, Jesus Superman. That's 3 gods right there in one. Y'all didn't know Superman was a god? He came from another world. He was an alien. He helps the people. Those things nobody can do. Nobody else can do. Has a whole nother life going on. Was a child of a king. He was royalty. Just like Heru. Or Horus. Just like Jesus. Just like the Christ. They all like they all came down in their stories and did something. And they was the alien. Etymology. I was looking up the etymology of Christ. It means anointed Messiah. Yeah, I remember that. I just heard the preacher in my head saying that. The anointed Messiah. But that's what it means, like the word period. The title also treated as a name given to Jesus. But a title. So yeah, all of these ones, man. Superman. I'm Superman. You don't like feeling like Superman? But then you start getting all out of those characters, and I'd be like, man, I don't like feeling like any of these people. I got what I need, but Superman be tripping, Jesus be tripping, and Horus be tripping. All of them still had they trips to them where they was still had they things they had to figure out about reality, which is still what we doing. Still figuring out things about my reality too. And whenever I run across a story about them, it always has this awesome translation that synchronizes what's going on in my life in the moment that I heard it. So it's all the paradoxes solved. It's a part of us we try to recall in every age. It is. It is a big part of us. I remember before psychedelics running across hints of that being true when I would hear people say the world of Superman actually exists. Like Superman and all the characters, they're actually those worlds are actually real, and the writer is translating their world to this place. I used to hear it talk. I used to hear it like that. He said it's not your translation. What you mean by which part? The creating of the characters. Cause I see all of this as, I don't know, translating, interpreting, creating, all at the same time. Yo, I gotta your store will have a version for many just of yours resonates. Just yours resonates. Something. I'm trying to pick up. I'm reading between the lines. But yeah, our story, my story is so wild because I will try to separate myself from my story, as if me separating from myself from my story is not that just being another paragraph in the book where I thought I was separating myself from a story. I think that's where most people be trying to say, I'm trapped. I was like, no, it's your story. Like you living it and writing it. Hey, Yoel, I got this. We was talking about pranayama earlier, and I mentioned that I first ran across hearing about pranayama and all this stuff. Alright, before I get into that, 420, they said, what's your opinion on chemtrails? They seem like they change weather in a way. I think anything in the sky is going to change the weather. Like just the fact that if it's the jet trails, if it's chemtrails with chemicals in it, or if the jet trails messed up and they really just sitting there too long, or if they are doing experiments and it's supposed to be for some other reason, and the weather, I'm like the weather's a side effect, and yeah. Because all the atmosphere, it's all the same atmosphere going on. It's not like it's in a different imaginary plane. But yeah, I'm just growing down the line in my mind. I have chemtrails, but as in fears and stuff. I mean, they control the weather. They try but can't make stable the weather controller. And he said, I mean, if they control the media, they control the weather. Feel me? I feel what you're saying on that note. I think the ambitions are on high to try to create the weather. So now when I see the weather, because I know they are got attempt, they do have attempts in the DARPA program and stuff. I mean not DARPA, HARP program. I think the HARP and stuff. But they're still working on it a lot. And I think with the weather, what came to me when you said weather was they are working on the weather in many ways too, including the rain and snow. But the weather of our emotions and our ideas. Making us feel down when they need us to feel down, making us feel happy. Like, that's the weather right there. That's the real weather. Like, if it's rain outside, I could still feel happy and it'd be alright. I'll be alright. But make me feel bad in this rain and I'm like, But as for the technology wise, I don't know. I don't know past what I already was rambling on about. Besides what I hear when I watch the YouTube videos and stuff. Yeah, and yeah, they don't think about the masses, They don't think about the masses. So, like I said, a lot of side effects could be happening. It could be happening or already happening already. Like severe weather storms out of nowhere, like hurricanes and stuff like that. So yeah, it's wild like that. It's a wild story. It's a wild story to tell. Cause then the synchronicities get involved. Synchronicities get involved. Like when say, man, well, why did Katrina happen at the time that it happened? Now you control the weather and stuff like that. And then it's the political climate. I just be sitting back like I don't know. I just be saying, hey, somebody can whisper something and it can cause a hurricane over there, like the butterfly effect. Like butterfly flap his wings, cause something to happen. It's true. It's all true. But just in ways that I can't really explain, Thanks for that question. What do you think? Beyond the weather, but you did say what you think about they control the weather. Like you did say it. Yeah, this open discussion, guys, too. Like anybody that's even listening in the future that pop in or something, just type in the comment or jump on the Discord or something. Just type it on in. What I was mentioning, they will extend chaos to rip off others. Yeah, and then be like, well, it was just part of the random chaos, man. It was just part of the randomness. It wasn't nobody close to me. It's the fuel of order. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they just go with it. It's the science dilemma. Like how they say when I just see that same mindset when they wanted to stop when they stopped scientists from experimenting on humans in certain ways when it came to cloning. All my words are gone. When it came to cloning and when it came to like genetic manipulation and stuff like that, how it was like, no, we can't do that or something like that, and then it's but then it's like they're gonna do it. Like it's gonna happen, and some people gonna have some genetic deficiencies and stuff like that. Stuff gonna go wrong, but we're gonna keep going with it. We gotta keep doing it, and it's this drive that keeps on pushing to keep going and going. And it's like for this never-ending result. And people get scared of that. I see the fears. People get scared and like, oh, well, we got to halt. We got to see where we are now before we move forward and things like that. And I was just seeing the conscious part of playing and be like, that's the reservation that the scientist or the person trying to push does here. And that's what makes them not just do something, but makes them still go forward, but do it in this way. But it still has adverse effects. And do you like dubstep, like the MW2 era? Uh, I should know what MW2 is, right? Or else I wasn't there. Oh, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare. I thought it was like a band. Hold on. And what year was that? 2011? Yeah, I was 420. 420 Lifestyles. I was there. 2011, I was in Westchester. Except Nicholas, we still here going just tying. I looked up Call of Duty, see when it came out. 2011, I was in Westchester. I was into dubstep, and I was playing dubstep in my car a lot too, cause so I can get that bass. Get that bass. Wow, what's up about it? But it was cool. I thought it was real trippy, and I still wasn't even into psychedelics back then. I was just smoking a lot. I used to like X double X X. I mean double X Y Y X X. I used to like his songs and stuff. Skrillex came out a little bit later. I ran into him a little bit later, but it was a lot of homegrown people, like people I don't even remember. I just was running across their music. Yeah, it says it's a part of magic they use to extreme. Now wizards are growing in many ways again, not just few groups and families. And that's what I love, bro, because I recognize that. I recognize that. And I will say, and I know that's why shows like Harry Potter and all these other wizard shows be coming out talking about the Muggle or something that didn't grow up in the prestige vampire family or in the family that had the magic going, the knowledge going about this stuff, and that they coming out and going into the wizardly world and stuff like that. But they half human, half, they try to say in the TV, half human, half witch and stuff. That new Sabrina show, like half, or Sabrina been out for a long time, but they remade it. And I did Netflix advertisement poking out to me, but half human, half witch. Like I think that's all what's going on now, and now people waking up in many different areas, because magic is life. It's not something that's a set of rules. It's not something that says do this and then this happened, this and this happened. But it is like a experience. It does come with an experiential knowledge, or an experiential knowledge of this beyond stuff that we be tying on a lot. or like awaken to it, because you hear about it in stories about families, and I hear about it in every story. It's hard for me to pinpoint. Like it's just ding ding. I'm hearing ding 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 ding. That yeah, like even in Harry Potter. Y'all know the Harry Potter. That's a famous story. But famous story. They had the the Slytherins, that guy Malfoy, how his family came from a line of magicians, so he already knew how to do cool things, and he was like, that's what made him a little more arrogant than Harry Potter, who just loved I would say who just loved mushrooms. That's the real story. Well, who just loved magic, and he just wanted the magic to get out of where he was at, and he just saw that his life wasn't all that. If he was told, like he was told that he had to live in a closet, that he had to do this, that his thoughts wasn't valued that much, and and that his parents or the people was crazy, and they went off, and his aunt and there was there to protect him and stuff. He said time marathon. I know, out of the blue. 3 hours 42 minutes, because we was in the blue. We are the blue. I got blue headphones on right now. I got a blue icicle right here. I got my daughter blue Bali and some blue pink glitter. There's a lot of blue things around me. I can go on for days. But no, yeah, these families have a certain thing about them too. And I swear, yeah, the synchronicities of life are not real. They're not real. It's so not real. Because then once you try to say it's real, that's just that moment. Now that moment is not real. Because now you in another moment. Just tie. Right? Just tie. Now, I used to always want to be part of those families. I used to think about that all the time growing up. That I wanted to be part of one of the magical families and stuff. Or I was seeing where I was at and I wanted to like be a part of something. I just wanted to, just like how it is in the story is in the book. And I saw myself like that during that one mushroom trip that made it seem like I would, that was that made it that the mushroom trip where I was living the fantasy of my life up to that point, and I felt like my whole life was a fantasy. Like it's still there, but I'm just talking from that point of view at that time, where my whole life was a fantasy, and I was the storybook character coming up with ideas and searching for a new land and wanting to do this and things getting in the way and me feeling what this way growing up. It was like every movie in one, like a trilogy, 12 movies of my life, like having to break it up and being it all in one. But I saw how all those movies was just one big plot all at the same time. All big plot just going out, and you had to keep watching the movies to see what was going on. Like watching all the Alien movies and then seeing how it matches up with the Predator movies and then the Prometheus movies. And then like, yo, this is one big movie. Like this whole thing, this whole series, Alien series is all one, this whole one big cool thing. They push that teaching, the groups that keep it hidden. Using other groups they make in other cloaks like lab coats. Yep. It was this show Always a Witch, and it was talking about on Netflix, and it was showing how a lot of the doctors and physicians and some people in the tech field and like in that's real professionals and stuff, like some of them are witches or and stuff like that, but they got into the sciences in order to like have a life or have a job in the field, or that's just what they liked or something like that. And also, I think the families they really I see them as like how people look at the royal family, like real highbrow, like you think you could really do this or stuff like that. You think you really handle this? Is this like you don't know anything. You think you know something, but you're just a muggle. Science is part of magic. It is. Alchemy. I was about to say science, alchemy. Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton was an alchemist. He made calculus, calculus, trigonometry, all of that stuff. May be able to put mechanics and stuff together. It's all there. It's all there. And then it was like after a while they was like, we ain't gonna call it alchemy no more. That's too sacred. We're gonna keep that cloak, call it chemistry. And now people think they chemists. But now they really don't know they're alchemists. But then it's like the ones that's really nerdy about it, they really do like become the alchemists because of how much their mind is out there when they dealing with the chemistry. They start finding new chemicals and correlating synchronicities on the periodic table. Like whoever arranged the periodic table and the way they arranged it, That was pretty dope. That's how many synchronicities is on the periodic table. You be able to see all the elements that's here in a way where you could study it, read it, look at it, and get new inspirations just by looking at it. New names to keep people searching. It's not only one. I just want to show a quick zip what I meant. Look at this table. And then, like, with the periodic table, how it was shaped. That's how I just remember learning about this. Is how they discovered new chemicals just by looking at the shape of the diagram. Like synchronicities, man. It's magic. You know what this looks like to me? Look, I'm gonna cap your head up. Look up Walter Russell. Alright, I'm gonna copy and I'm gonna paste that right as soon as I look this up. A magic table? No, I didn't want that to come up. There it is. Magic square. There it is. And this with the periodic table, which I just made go away for some reason. It looks just like the magic squares. Well, not just, but just being excited. Look at that. And then we got this. And the magic square is used.
We got lemon ice. Lemon pumpkin ice.
Oh, lemon ice.
Lemon pumpkin ice. We put in the lemon juice and then we put it in the freezer. We did it yesterday.
Who?
Me and my mommy.
Oh, you and your mom did it?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
I asked her, can I make it?
Thanks for the cool story. Never had lemon. I had lemon ice before. High five, bye. Alright. Y'all go have fun. Come back in a bit.
She did not make any at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is Enochian magic. I was trying to look up. That term didn't come to mind. Thanks for helping out. I had just thought magic square or magic table or something like that. But yeah, it is the magic square. The magic square. And it could be used to create sigils and do magic and spells and stuff like that. It's something to... It's a science of magic, of hermetic science. It's a science in hermeticism to get into. Hermeticism is a science, what I'm talking about. As hermeticism is a science of magic. But yeah, it looks like the periodic table. And each one's... Hold on, let me get y'all a real definition. Because my mind is not focusing right now on one thing enough to define it to y'all. Alright, there it is. Magic squares are an arrangement of numbers in a square grid where the numbers in each row and each column and the numbers that run diagonally in both directions all add up to the same number. A magic square also has the same number of rows as it does column. The sum of every row column diagonal is called the magic content or magic sum. The planetary magic. Yeah, this is where I knew it. When I was getting into planetary magic. I remember this now. I used to have sigils that I used to buy from off Amazon and stuff. That was like a sigil of Jupiter or a sigil for Saturn. I had like different ones. And it was... I got to show y'all one. I don't have them anymore. They one by one got lost. But I said they just found somebody else. Planetary magic squares uses three numbers numbers 3 through 9 and are used to attract the influence of the planets and their angels or demons during magical practices. I used to wear the Jupiter one when I wanted to write and have like expansive, clearer thoughts. Um, they are quite simply grids bearing numbers relative to that planet and its corresponding mathematical calculations. And this is a way of showing how to use one. And they're gonna bring up soulmate. Everybody wants to find the soulmate. But yeah, that's around the ways. That's around the ways. Let me look up the Also use to hide things in stories. Oh, the magic squares. I'm thinking of what ran through my head when you said that was when the Hebrews when they used to the magic the Bible code. I used to be into that too, and just having prophecies and hidden stories that was told through the certain numbers and stuff, and like translating every word letter to a number. Some wild stuff, some cool stuff. Cool, wild things. Hey, when I mentioned a long time ago the when you mentioned pranayama and this was pranayama, and I was mentioning how I first ran across that when I ran across Alistair Crowley's book called Book of Magic, and I was just learning about the different breathing. I just say the word breath and I'm like, wait, I ain't breathing right. But on the different breaths, and then book 4, and I actually found it, and I found the chapter. So I want to show y'all. I want to show you. I'm probably not to zoom in all crazy. Oh, not that much. All right, let me see how I look on OBS. Alrighty then. I'm not gonna go through reading all of this, but hold on. Man, it's hard to look at like that. But book 4, this was something he wrote on meditation. This was a book Aleister Crowley wrote way back to the Great White Brotherhood, which is not just white people, but that's just what he called it. It's something bigger. In meditation, the way of attainment of genius or godhead, considered as a development of the human brain, issued by order of the Great White Brotherhood, known as the AA, witness our seal. Even though they didn't upload it on this site. But I remember seeing the seal. I think it's the seal of Babylon. The seal of Babylon. That's the seal supposed to be there. But yeah, but when they say the attainment of genius and stuff like that, like when I see genius, I be like, wow. Cause then I used to say like genius means to be in, like really being spirit. I don't know, not really, but like being spirited by a genius, like being spirited by your higher self or a bigger, something greater, something grander, much more grander than yourself, and letting it do what it do. Cause smartness for me, like genius, is like magic. It is like magic. Like the skill to use it is another story, but the actual genuine. Oh yeah, the genuine genius. Oh, that's a book title. The genuine genius. But biggie attendant spirit present from one's birth, innate ability or inclination. That's what it means in Latin. Attendant spirit present from one's birth, innate ability or inclination from the root gignere, bigot. The original sense, spirit attendant on a person, gave rise to a sense, a person's characteristic disposition, which led to a sense, a person's natural ability, and finally exceptional natural ability. That's dope. jinn or god mind, one that has a demon that is wise, a daemon, as you well puts out. Yeah, jinn. Oh, having a personal jinn. Hold on. Let's look this up. I'm gonna keep bouncing around. That's how it is right now. Cause we are nothing but some clowns. Blah 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 blah. Genius. It was something. I don't know where I ran across it. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, you right on it. Or old soul, that part of you merge with in the beyond. And what you said before, you with the jinn. This how I ran across saying spirit about jinn. Ultimately from Proto-Indian Guinea to beget, perhaps through Old Latin jinno, to beget, give birth, to produce. Comparisons with aromatic jinnaya, Tolari deity with the Arabic jinn spirit daemon, and suggest the effects of an older substrate word. It's all just words. But it was something that I ran across that I wanted to show that just ticked my mind. Said, yo, genius means inspired by a genius. My grandmama calling me a genius. I gotta be a genius. Wow, whoa, this all adding up. It was an old mental storm that I was in. And it's like, whoa. Everybody around me really was trying to help me. But yeah, we got through that. The attainment of genius. And also Crowley used to put it as holy attainment, attaining holy conversation with your guardian angel. That was the other cold word he used to put for this and stuff. So if you ever run across those terms and you're looking across Hermetic stuff, these are some keys to know what they really meant. Alright, I'm trying to see what to really read or not. Because he really saying, Crowley said a lot of things that we say all the time already. Like right now in this paragraph, preliminary remarks, talking about how life is full of sorrow. No religion and all philosophies have thus started crudely and stuff, and they're all immoral. But what is the origin of religion? That's what he was asking. How is it that an unimproved assertion has so frequently compelled the ascent of all classes of mankind? Is not this a miracle? And that's what he was saying. No choice. He's saying how Buddha was born a prince, died a beggar. Muhammad, born a beggar, died a prince. Christ remained obscure until many years after death. Elaborate laws of each have been written by devotees, and there is one thing common on all three: an omission. We never hear of Christ between the ages of 12 and 30. Muhammad disappeared in a cave. Buddha left the palace. Yeah, we talk about these things. Genius, Gene, you have to teach it to translate here, but it will know wisdom beyond your life here now. And yo, people, y'all know it. Yeah, Yoel saying it. Yoel is saying it. Because if this, like I was saying, skill is like the development. Like that's the teach. That's what it seemed like Tom be forming to make possible, to get the skill to make all this actually like come off as a little slither or something. And then that's where that phrase be coming from. Y'all don't even know what I can do. Y'all don't even know what I'm capable of. Saying it like that too. Y'all. But I brought this up because he brought up the different forms of yoga. So let me get past all his rant on religion and stuff. That could be for another time. But here goes the 4 things that he mentioned. He mentioned the asana, and then the pranayama and its parallel in speech, the matra yoga, and yama and niyama, which he's still using the Hindu term, so he's not making it up. He's not making stuff up. But it's just that he's not talking about it from a purely Hindu perspective. He's talking about it from his perspective, which has all these other things going on. Hey, no problem, Matias Sanchez. Thanks for coming by. Or just you're welcome. You're welcome. Plain and simple. Thank you. Another plain and simple. But to jump in the thing, oh, let's get back to the one. Let's see how you write. The problem in it before us may be stated thus simply: a man wishes to control his mind, to be able to think one chosen thought for as long as he will without interruption. As previously remarked, the first difficulty arises from the body, which keeps on asserting its presence by causing its victim to itch and to be distracted. He wants to itch, scratch, sneeze. This nuance is so persistent that the Hindus, in their scientific way, devised a special practice for quieting it. The word asana means posture, but as with all words which have caused debate, its exact meaning has been altered, and it is used in several distinct senses by various authors. The great authority on yoga. Footnote: Yoga is the general name for the form of meditation which aims at the uniting of the subject and object. For yog is the root from which are derived the Latin word yugon and the English word yoke. Oh, so that's cool. The greatest story in yoga is prana. He says asana is that which is firm and pleasant. This may be taken as meaning the result of which in the practice, again, Sankla says, posture is that which is steady and easy. And again, any posture which is steady and easy is an asana. There is no other rule. Any posture will do. And don't that make sense? Like, all the complicated stuff is cool, but it just take to be able to sit there. And I'm taking back now to when I was reading this, and I used to sit in the I cleared out we had a closet you can walk in my first apartment I had, and I used to make it dark in there, and I used to light candles, and I used to be reading all this stuff, and I used to be like, I gotta sit, I gotta breathe, and I used to be like, I used to feel the itches coming about because I was going step by step. Like, I was like, I gotta go step by step. It's just how it was working out. And I was like, I can't scratch that itch. I gotta keep going. I feel it itching. So it was some good training. Because this is, as I keep saying a lot during this podcast, that was before psychedelics. So I was really trying to get into something. I was trying to get wrapped up, and this was the coolest thing to me. I was like, all right, we're going to ignore the itch. Stuff like that. It was a lot of pass and fails. And and yeah, like you saying, like Yuel is saying, Yuel said you can make the poses, then let them come to you. And when I came across psychedelics, that's what been happening. I'll be out at the park on like a gram or two, or sometimes even less. And I was watching YouTube videos, trying to learning all the poses and stuff, and like really getting into it. And it was good. It showed my body that it can sit up straight and do specific things that people worked on. But then it was when I'm on a trip and coming, and I was stretching near the park and stuff, I'll start making up stuff. All like kind of based off, not really, kind of based off the pose that's was doing, but not really, because it's different. It's different. And it was awesome. It was different and awesome because I had the thought, like you saying, Yuel, that it came, that I made, it was like I made it up. That's how it came. I made this up. Oh, this feel good. Now if I just go like this, then go like, ooh, there we go. Now just stretching. Let's just breathe that out. And breathe into the pose. Because since I was having skills learning the other things, I learned how to breathe into poses so you can go deeper into a pose that you really didn't think you can do before, like in terms of stretching and stuff like that. So it was all working out. It was all working out to the greater good, or the continuation of the story. And you said skills to use later on in trips. Yeah. I think that's why I was thinking of some people on trips when they start moving around weird and saying they feel like a snake or start doing. I'm saying that's probably them poses trying to come through. but it's like, whoa, what's going on? But if you can control it, you can like do some stuff. You can, yeah, for real. Get to another place in the mind or allow yourself to move through a certain space and not get stuck. A couple things. You make it up. Y'all tell me. Now I'm just figuring out. It just went through my mind. Like the more we know we have control, the more we had control. Like you did this here. You did this before. Hey, 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 teardrop hall, teardrop hall. I'm trying to look at that little dog. How's the day going? We looking up, talking about different breathing techniques and yoga. And what they can mean. It lets the energy flow in you how it needs to, than how you will it. Yeah. And that's the magic. You just I was thinking of raising Dion and how magic be working in general. Like you feel it. You feel it. Like you don't, and I'm gonna confuse the mess because I'm not gonna get to the nitty gritty right now because you're not gonna see this float right now. But if you thinking for this to float, like why do you want it to float? Do you just want it to float? Do you just want it to rise in the air? Is it emotion attached to it? Are you playing with it? Did it want to experience what it is to not be on the table anymore and to be closer to the ceiling? Like, what is the experience of the lighter? And you only could talk that talk through a lighter. Right? The lighter only can't talk lighter, translate lighter. Yeah, it's a connection, like a sharing of essence. Yeah, it is. It's the sharing of essence. Because in actuality, there is no lighter. And there is no mind to move the lighter. It's just essence. It just is. Isness and experience and stuff wanting to do things is what goes through my mind. What goes through goes through my head. Goes through my space. But yeah, let's keep it going with the with this. This brought out some new tangents for us to go off of. He said, in a sense, this is true because any posture becomes uncomfortable sooner or later. The steadiness and easiness marks a. Wait, let me see if I can do this so y'all can all see. If I can get it at a good part, then we good. No, it's a little farther down. A little farther down, Tom. All right. All right, this should be better. Yeah, this steadiness and easiness becomes uncomfortable. Yeah, so in a sense, this is true because any posture becomes uncomfortable sooner or later. The steadiness and easiness mark a definite attainment, as will be explained later on. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The steadiness and easiness mark a definite attainment. What I seem like is this magical big school, like this magic school, like that we all are a part of when we do certain things. And it is like everything too at the same time. It's like these certain things. And Uel says, you know, the goosebumps when you love someone or something or someone, that like connection. Yeah. And I get those, I can call on those goosebumps sometimes. I get them from songs. I get them from people. I get them when something, deja vus and like connecting with things, or like when I really feel like the thing that I'm paying attention to, I'm a part of it in this way that's beyond words or beyond anything that I can want to express in that moment, but it's being expressed through this tingling sensation. And then, like, in my vision, I'm trying to stick to one example so I can say a simple story. Like in a song, oh man, yeah, or just love, man. Just love. You start getting those tingling sensations all in your chest and stuff like that. Like, I still get those. I still get those, and it's real. And that's, and in those moments, you know what's going on. Like, you know where your thoughts, whatever, man. You just know what's going on. The vibes is real. The vibes is real. Oh, I try to hold on to it. I remember when I first started coming on about that. When that started happening more frequently, and I was running across all this information and stuff, I was trying to latch it onto it to see what was really going on and like feel like, oh, what's going, like where the thought train took me, to put it like that. Like, where is this going? Like, and it's like I become the, I don't know, I keep thinking in terms of I become the band of what's going on. Yeah, let's see where it goes. And like, I'm thinking of songs too. Like, oh, I know, like this. I've started moving like this. Like, yeah, I know that this is it. Like, there's something about this. It's the some how people say it's something about this song that's taking me somewhere or giving me this or feel the vibe. So now when I hear people and they be saying I dance for this reason or I do this for that reason, I'm like, yo, I see why. I see why. I see the energy and the magic that you're getting from it, and like why you love to do it. Like, why you make this your professional career, that you said, this is what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. Because they found it in that one section that they mastered and got real skillful in. But I'm seeing it in so many ways, so many different interactions in my life. And I get real excited too when it happens. I get really excited. Cause it's this overarching feeling where I start knowing, and it's similar like mushrooms. It's all, and the reason why I know it's so real is cause of mushrooms, and even before, is I have more reason to work with it since my psychedelic trips. Like, I gave my, like, because of what was experienced there. It's how it is. Where's sister? Oh. I was wondering why y'all was quiet all this time. They need to be playing Minecraft, not just watching it. But it's alright.
They've been taking turns playing and watching it, learning how to play it. I guess.
Yeah, they gotta learn how to craft. You gotta learn how to craft. It's like they honed a way to pull energy out in a way that could connect to others. And that's where beauty is found too. Finding a way to connect with others. Finding a way. Creating a way. Honing in a way to connect with others. Like you said, you will. Honing in a way. Oh, can you close the door? The microphone real sensitive. Oh, your face popped in. I saw it on the YouTube. It's about like 10 seconds behind, and I just saw your face go like. But yeah, I feel that. Man, to get into that, I be like, at times I be feeling like what I'm doing is not enough to translate. Well, right now what I'm doing is absolutely perfect in this moment right now. Like it's times where I feel like I'm about to the vibes that I'm getting, the goosebumps, however we put it, is so intense that I need to do something to like let it out. Like I need to write the most intense song. I need to go perform and do something that make people minds explode real fast. Or make like in a way of thinking or just out there like here I am like just turn into like this whole cartoon character and I'll be feeling those moments intensely and I'll be like yo what can I do with like what can I do with this what I gotta do, like do something like and it's the same way thing that come out in just the tiniest of goosebumps. It's like it's all the same thing to me. And I be just question not I just go over with my personality stuff, like saying, "What are we gonna do? Like, what's happening? How can we bring this intensity out, or what can we do with it? And with other ways too, cause with goosebumps and that magic stuff, I want to be able to do other things, like levitate or make the light bulb go on and off a little bit, or a lot of bit, or whatever happens, whatever floats the boat at the time." And that's what it is. Whatever floats the boat at the time. Julia in The Magicians lost her magic twice because she didn't get accepted into the academy in the beginning. But then she went out and she made it happen. She made it happen. And the way they made it through the show was through pain. They say magic works through pain. Like you gotta go through something and feel this immense amount of like fear or something where you feel lost and lonely, and then in that space that's where you are able to make the spark happen and spark jump out your hand or something like happen like that. And Julia in the last season she got it back a second time. I was like, there come my Julia, always pulling through, ain't gonna let no time shift stop her. Emotion, pure emotion. Yeah, that's not pain. That's why I'm saying with the show they did it with pain because I was talking about that earlier how everything was flipped all around in shows and stuff. But it's that emotion, that relevant emotion. And I think with shows, why they put it in shows is because a lot of people on earth in this world be identifying with pain more readily than they identify with good things happening in their life. So it's a way to trigger, like you said, pain is a great way to trigger emotions, way to get the juices flowing real fast. But it's like it takes a collective mindset to get the picture, to not get lost in that one sauce, and not just be the rowdy teenager all your life, but be the rowdy teenager hiking. That loves to hike. So he takes all that rowdiness out on hiking. So now he's an awesome hiker. He likes to climb up the face of mountains with little to no support, like in terms of hooks and stuff like that. And those people are out there. And it's like magic when they climbing up there. Like, whoa, your grip is grips my eyeballs out. Nothing like the frequencies of love, I found. It's not. It's the frequency. And it seems it's a blend, but it's not a blend. I mean, it's a blend, but once you get into that frequency, you know what's real. I mean, you know what love. You know what's love. You know what's love. And it is what they say about here, how they describe it here, and it's not at the same time. But to each his own. But when that over-encompassing frequency of love gets you and hits you like a wave, it's like a wave. It is like a wave. Because like, whoa, I thought it was there. This is love. Like, thank you. Or not even thank you, but oh. Well, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, love here is fractal like lights. Love, yeah, love is many forms. Everybody trying to do things in the name of love. In the name of love, I do this for you. And she like, not singing like that. I just don't know. I stopped myself from saying jokes on this show the whole time. But I'd still mix it in there. Do a good mix. Here it is. All right, back to this the Book of Magic thing. What was this he was saying? This a technique he gave about in a about a posture in the Asayana, I think. And he was saying, in a sense, Hindu books such as the Shiva Sahita gives countless postures past most of them impossible for the average adult European. Others insist that the head, neck, and spine should be kept vertical and straight for reasons connected with the subject of prana, which would be dealt with in its proper place. The position is illustrated in Libra, blah, 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 best form guide. Footnote. Sit in the chair, head up, back straight, knees together, hands on knees, eyes closed. The God. Kneel, buttocks resting on the heel, toes turned back, head and back and head straight, hands on thighs. The Dragon. Stand. Hold left ankle with right hand alternately. Practice right ankle and left hand, free forefinger, the ibis. Sit, left heel pressing up anus, right foot poised on his toes, the heel covering the phallus, arms stretched over the heels, head and back straight. The Thunderbolt. Goddamn. I never heard of Thunderbolt. I think I didn't read that part last time. Cool. The extreme asana is practiced by those yogis who remain in one position without moving, except in the case of absolute necessity during their whole lives. One should not criticize such persons without thorough knowledge of the subject. Such knowledge has not yet been published. So he says. Wow, people that stand still for their whole lives. I was just thinking about the yogis that stand still and they wait until they actually die and something like that or pass on, and they sit in this one position until this thing, they're inside of this cocoon or it's something I saw in a documentary, and they sit there until they actually pass away, and they just sit there and meditate the whole time. And 3 days ago, I was in a state that was similar to that. And I just had that rush come past and say, yo, this is what they're doing. This is the thought process they're going through this is what they're doing to attain that thought process that I'm going through right now. During the psychedelic. They want rainbow body. And that's him saying some more things. Oh yeah, like he really go in depth with his training, with his talking about his so-called training that his advice. And so on one hand, if a student pay no attention, fail to watch the body, an opposite phenomenon may occur. His shift to ease himself without knowing that he has done so. To avoid this, choose a position which is relatively cramped and awkward, in which slight changes are not sufficient to bring ease. Otherwise, for the first 2 days, the student may even imagine that he has conquered the position. In fact, in all of these practices, their apparent simplicity is such that the beginner is likely to wonder what all the fuss is about, perhaps to think that he is specifically gifted. Similarly, a man who has never touched a golf club would take his umbrella and carelessly hold a putt, which would frighten the best putter alive. In a few days, the comfort. He's not saying exactly what I thought he was gonna say. As you go on, you will begin. Cause he's going through the things you go through in your mind when you meditating, which is scary accurate. And he talking about the pain you go through when you. I see what he's saying. Talking about the pain you go through when you first start dealing with yoga and how it's necessary and stuff for what goes on later in training and stuff. That's kind of known. It's a yogi method, making one find bliss in fewer lives. Nirvana. Hey, bro. You well, man. You well, champ. Because I was doing some things, man, and I was unlocking a lot of things that was not making sense. But it was making sense to me. It was making sense to me. That's how I'm going to put it without tripping out. It was making sense to me, and that's all that mattered. And that's why I named my daughter, her middle name is Nirvana. Because it made sense to me. So it was going to come out secretly or hidden, hermetically sealed through whatever I was going to be participating in until I decided to go fully deep and wash away all the veils. I'm like, oh.
That's it we got right here.
The sinks. Alright, this is probably one of the. We'll see. I just had that catchphrase going through my head. This is probably one of the last things I'm going to go through. Yo, as soon as I said that, it said stream complete. Come on. Let's get through this. Like, what I mean by stream complete is the internet just did it YouTube just did it by itself. It just said, oh, your stream is complete. Upload in the archive. Oh, stream resumed. Thank you. Why, thank you. I had the thought. I had to switch it up real quick. And we back. Sci-Top Podcast number 50. Even though it says just Ty Reactions, I am sorry about that. Oh, I just noticed that. It probably don't matter now. Well, yes it does. Number 50. Get the 50 up there. There it is. The Sci-Top Podcast. Number 60. Thank you guys for coming by. Sci-Fi. Just like sci-fi. Y'all wanted sci-fi, now y'all got tie-fi. I mean, sci-tie. I messed it up. Y'all wanted sci-fi, well, now y'all got sci-tie. And I should have did it like this. Next time. Oh, okay. All right. Pranayama in his parallel speech and Matra Yoga. The connection between breath and mind will be fully discussed in speaking of the magic sword, but it may be useful to premise a few details of a practical character. You may consult various Hindu manuals in the writing of Kenzi for various noble theories, and I just remembered that. Oh man, sorry, you used to ask me to look somebody up a while ago. Walter Russell. Oh, he was part of the New Age. He was part of the New Age thought movement, or the New Thought movement. I added the age part. Yeah, I'm gonna get the universal one. I thought he was gonna say the law of one. I know what the law of one is. Yeah, we're gonna get into that. I'm gonna save that for the next time, or when I'm sitting down. Self-enchantment to alter mind states. This we do. Look at his periodic. That's what you was mentioning. Okay. I was like, he seemed like he got a lot going on with him that I had to look up. I saw that he was related. It has some Tesla stuff going on. There it is. Walter Russell's. So oh, it's a lot more curvy. It's a lot more curvy. Other one was boxy. This one is curvy. And it's in octaves. Like music. Wait, isn't it? I thought it was 8 octaves. I'm probably wrong. Seven octaves plus a minor third. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know it was like 8. Oh, okay. So let's see what's going on. Oh, it's an octave wave. Okay. I'm gonna have to look into all of this. The octaves are not semicircular as shown on diagram. They are ellipsoids as indicated above. Note that the inherent gases or master tones are not exactly on the inertia line with the exception of the first and last. Note, regarding midtones between 3 plus and 3 minus in octaves 7 and 8, there are 10 midtones, 5 on either side of the maximum emergency line. In octave 9, there are 13 of the plus side on the plus side and 13 on the minus side, 2 of the latter of which have not yet been discovered. In octave 10, there are many more midtones on either side due to the greater opposition between generative and radiative states of motion. In the 10th octave, general activity and radioactivity here have reached such a state of motion in opposition that the process of generation and radiation are within the range of visibility. That just spoke something right there. There you go. I thought the other guy had it set up in a way. I knew what I was feeling about the concept of developing a periodic table. But this this guy, Walter Russell, had the skill, developed the time and skill. Developed the time. The skill to produce this. And it probably is other tables too, and they just probably chose to go with this one standard periodic table that I was showing earlier, that we were shown in chemistry and still shown, like the prominent one. He saw it in all frequencies. He was an alchemist. He wasn't a chemist. I'm looking at this section where they got the zinc, copper, iron, nickel, and it's in the argon, got neon, gamma. And so when they were saying they was mixing elements and stuff in the past in their labs, it was having to do more with than just the mineral aspect to them. But we can see what these things actually are. But yeah, cool guys. Thank you. Well, I don't know if it's any research on how he created it. There it is, or a little more information on. And so this guy, Walter Russell, was a famous painter, architect, sculptor, author, mathematician, and natural philosopher. Let's get this so everybody can see. Come on. Don't be scared to not to zoom out. Okay. It said, famous author, mathematician, and natural philosopher. He excelled in everything he set his mind to, and for most of his life, his endeavors were focused in the arts. And yeah, this all changed, however, in 1921 when Russell experienced nothing less than cosmic illumination. In a timeless flash, he became mind alone, acquiring insight into the whole framework of the cosmos with a K, the nature of God and matter, and how all physical process operate within the universe. For 39 days, Russell held this unusual state, frantically drawing and writing all that he knew from his divine insight to record it for prosperity and transmit it to the world. Indeed, prior to this time, he knew very little of science, of physics and chemistry, but after this experience, his knowledge surpassed all that traditionally thought all these subjects about all these subjects. So he went through he got zapped by an alien. Now space does not permit here a consideration of all of Russell's knowledge, considering the physics of the universe. For more comprehensive, you saw his published books. Yep. Good times. And this was how he worded it. He said, discovered it, that it was the universe of matter. There was a source realm of ideas that he came to refer to as the universal cosmic vacuum. It is a realm of zero movement with a geometry of zero curvature, a realm of stillness and there's no tension. The creative act to bring forth or manifest the idea or thought form contained within this realm is the act of mind itself, tapping the very fabric of the universal cosmic vacuum. It is an act that produces a state of tension. One may consider the analogy of dipping one's finger into a fast-moving, uniform stream. Immediately, it creates a blockage with curved flowing water rushing around the finger. Now, fundamentally, according to Walter Russell, the whole of physical universe itself is electrical in nature, all things being composed of this one substance that he just chooses to call electrical. Indeed, the actual manifestation is electricity, along with its magnetic counterpart, constitutes the very emergence of matter to form the universe, the material universe, electromagnetism, all extended forth from the universe cosmic vacuum of stillness, which one may characterize then as creation. Is the realm composed of matter in the form of a myriad number of electrical pulses, creating all elements and substances due to their subtle interactions. The becoming lucid in the dream, the source. And that's what it gets you. That's what you was saying. The becoming lucid in a dream, and it's just like seeing the source and how he was wording the universal cosmic vacuum, like that ideas and stuff is tapped onto, and then tension is formed, and things is then experienced thus forehand. Thus from there on out. Fourth from the, and this how he put this how his cosmology worked. A gravity axis about which spiraling motion occurs in one electrical substance that makes up all matter, which its effects is drawn off from the unlimited mind source. Such motion in all its subtle complexity is responsible for creating all known effects that exist. The gravity center of every ring is its center of mind control. Electric potential and gravity are 90% in opposition. This mind and motion universe. Oh, that's a cool picture. Mind centers and control motion from within. Seek ye the kingdom of heaven within. He puts. Do, re, mi, fi, sol, la, mi, re, do, 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 do. And that's how it goes. Oh, I see it. It's the red, He was making memes all way. He was making memes way back. Lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, I'd say nutrient, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, helium on both sides. And then got the yellow up there. And that's the electromagnetic spectrum, white light on both sides. Yeah, yep. That's what that is. And then showing the carbon atom in the middle. They try to say too that all of our, here you go, that our life, we're all carbon based creatures. Everything on Earth here is carbon based. Oh, the color of flame. It is. And that's like the hotter it get, the bluer it is. I used to be real fascinated when I learned that as a kid. I was like, yo, blue fire, like what's the difference? Red fire, orange fire. And white light turned to plasma. And then here we go back where he goes to this. Alright, this describing the picture. What he said. Now, the spiraling motion around the gravity axis occurs in two directions. And I'm reading this guy because I actually want to know it too. So thank you guys for seemingly wanting to know this as well. Now, the spiraling motion around the gravity axis occurs in two directions, forming twin cones of lights. The meeting of the two apex points of the cones is the center point of the gravity axis where the greatest level of compression and pressure is to be had, including heat. The whole action that manifests matter thus involves the union or meeting up of mate pairs of approaching light rings. Consider a diagram, the one on the side. And that's what this life is, the union of the light and dark, and every single oh, you like the recap. Cool. I was thinking about the light and darkness, that's the thing, that's life. Like that's life at everywhere you look at it is like life. It's just like that. The combining of two separate things, two separate ideals, two separate things just all coming at each other. And existing. Creating heat, being under pressure. The second type of spiral motion involved in the manifestation of matter is centrifugal. This is a discharge action responsible for the unwinding of the compressed light rings back to their source, the universal cosmic vacuum. Essentially, can you make something disappear like that? Essentially, once this centripetal motion has compressed the light rings to their limit approaching the central point of the gravity axis, there is a dynamic switch that takes place. The centrifugal inward motion ceases and the centrifugal outward motion takes over. The matter is unraveled, causing it to withdraw from existence. The high pressure and heat being released as cold is salt. Oh, I just said, can you make it disappear? Now, Russell stresses that the whole framework of nature is essentially musical in character. Yeah, we playing out that symphony right now. And that there are a total of 9 octaves of different pressure states, or rather bands that define the groups of elements. The whole of the periodic table is thus structured according to the pressure states of the various elements. One should note that in particular the importance of the element carbon within the framework, for it is the one element that manifests perfect maturity in contrast to all others. And we gotta see what he means by that. But what I see, and what I see is that, oh, thank you, well, and what I see is that the carbon, when he said the perfect maturity, like, is the whatever perfect, it seemed like that's what's going on right now. Like, oh, it's perfect. So it's perfect right now is that we're mostly everything we see is made of carbon. Hold on. Carbon. How much carbon is in ether? Oh, carbon is that carbon-based life forms. That's what I was thinking about. We're carbon-based life forms. However, after that, the most breakage. Oh, where's carbon? How much carbon? For what? Hmm.
It's supposed to be
All right, hold on. Such tiny writing. Let's go on. We are carbon-based life forms. We are made of and drink water, H2O. We breathe oxygen. Yeah, we know that. I want to look for something else. Something I was reading before. Gotta make sure you know what you're saying. There, that should have went to Wiki in the first place. 15th most abundant in Earth crust and fourth most abundant element in the universe by mass after hydrogen, helium, and oxygen. Carbon's abundance and unique diversity of organic compounds and its unusual ability to form polymers at the temperatures commonly encountered on Earth, this element to serve as a common element of all known life. All right, there we go. There we go. All turning around. You said extreme melting point? Yeah, it take a lot for it to actually melt. I was trying to see where it's at on here. My eyes zooming around so I can say the number. Alright, cool. Atoms of carbon combine together in diverse ways, resulting in various allotropes of carbon. The best known allotropes are graphite, diamond, and bulk minister fullerene. What? Minister for the physical properties of carbon vary wildly on the opposite form. For example, graphite is opaque and black, while diamond is highly transparent. Graphite is soft enough to form a streak on paper, hence its name from the Greek verb which means to write, while diamond is the hardest naturally occurring material known. Yeah, under normal conditions, carbon nanotubes. Oh, I remember I learned about carbon nanotubes. And graphite have the highest normal thermal conductivities of all known materials. There we go. Superconductive. Zap it and see what it do. I just zap it with some energy. Quantum locking, the harness of structure light is structure right can levitate magnets or what is called quantum locking. Down the rabbit hole we go. But reality we find ourselves and nobody knows. Quantum locking will blow your mind. I think it is about to. I think you're about to blow my mind. Is it a... trying to see if it's a quick video. Oh, I think it's this. Can be super... I'm gonna skim through it, put the volume on mute. Am I on? Let's go. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want a master class. This is a master class right now. Oh, this is a new video too. January 9th, 2020. And got 1 million views. Kudos.
Locking experiment. Now this is one of the coolest experiments. Quantum locking in action, and it's really amazing.
Yes.
So I'm going to try a few things here. First, I'll try putting a small magnet on the superconductor on a track where you can push it around, and it's really amazing what happens. Okay, watch me place the magnet on the superconductor.
Oh.
Watch this. It always comes back to the same spot. Get it even closer.
Oh, the whole thing moved with it.
Notice how it's not touching, but I can push.
Yeah, bruh. I see. I gotta cut it off every couple seconds. Woo!
Okay, now let's try it with a few minutes by putting.
Oh, he reversed it.
Look how it just stays right where I put it.
Yeah. Oh, it got weight. It can handle weight. Now that is fantastic. Fantastic science. Yes. I'll make it in a bit. I'm about to get off. Yeah, actually make.
Neodymium magnets, so that these are opposite
Okay.
poles. So what it does is it creates a symmetric magnetic field in this direction, but not in this direction. Now watch what we can do.
Let's see. And there you have it, folks. Ah, that's cool. Alright, I don't want to show too much of the video. I don't want to get copyrighted. But that's something awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I like that it was able to move with it at the same time of not touching it. Like they quantumly, their atoms are locked into a certain position with each other. And quantum don't even mean anything specific. Let's see what they say right here. Alright. Says when you start with an inherent inert chemically inactive disk, in this case a crystal sapphire wafer, that wafer is then coated with a superconductor called yttrium barium copper oxide. When superconductors get very cold, like liquid nitrogen cold, they conduct electricity with no loss of energy, which which normal conducting materials like copper can't do. Superconductors hate magnetic fields when cold enough, and normally would just repel the magnetic force and float in a wobbly fashion. But because the superconductor is so thin in this case, tiny imperfections allow some magnetic forces through. These little magnetic channels are called flux tubes, pictured here. The flux tubes cause the magnetic field to be locked in all three dimensions, which is why the disc remains in whatever position it starts in, levitating around the magnet. So simple. So simple. Infinite wow. So simple. It's going to make change so much. I remember my little experiment with magnets. I wish I would have had liquid nitrogen. my thing with magnets, when I told this story a long time ago. My little experiment with magnets when I was in elementary school at Pratt, A.B. Pratt, Anna B. Pratt in North Philly. I had magnets, and I just I reversed the poles, and I had this tape or something so that they was able to reverse had the poles each other, but they were still but they were levitating, pushing off from each other, but they didn't flip around to like attach back, but they was levitating. That was the effect that I wanted, was for them to levitate. And that was my science experiment. And I remember some kids saying, you just put tape on it. And I was like, no, that's not the point. That's so they don't flip around. But look, they're levitating over top of each other. If I had that in elementary school, some kids are in the future though. Like, it don't take that much. Some kid can get that now, bring it to their science fair project, and be like, look at this. I would do that for my girl. The universe likes simple foundations. It really does. The more cliche, the better. The more cornier, the better. Like, for real, that's what it did. That's the answer. And then you gotta switch up and do a serious face. Yeah. Or so it is so. Test. Test. Man, I just seen that the Discord thing wasn't really on. So if anybody hopped on and I couldn't hear them, apologize for that. I just reset it. Here with the link. One last time. Yeah, I knew it could be done. At first I was fascinated when I saw the maglev trains. I think that's around the same process. I saw that when I got older. I was like, yo, I got these ideas. What are ideas? I don't have these ideas. These ideas exist. You know. And let's bring back up the screen. Alright, so now back to Walter Russell when he was talking about the carbon atom. Thanks for still coming by. This is tainow podcast number 60. One should note in particular the importance of the element carbon within the framework, for it is one of the elements that manifests perfect maturity in contrast to all others. Indeed, to understand this, one needs to realize that in the lower octaves, the activity of charging is more dominant than discharging. Initially, this basis is necessary to allow for material to actually enter into the universe to form matter. Oh. As one progresses through the octaves, though one moves towards achieving a balance of these two actions, wherein the charging and discharging of functions or the perpetual and centrifugal motions are equal. Now this very balance is actually achieved with the manifestation of the carbon atom, whose form is that of a perfect glowing sphere, being the optimum union of light rings at the gravity's center point. So he was like, this thing is fucking important, bruh. What's your opinions on Bro Sanchez? Sanchez who? I'm thinking of a comedian. And that's the spinal. I look at a curvy spine, but that's the snake right there. The caduceus. That's that word. Some interesting stuff. Life says same thing. Carbon is important. It did. That's why everything here, man. What is called the outer darkness is the condition where there occurs an abnormal disruption to the flowing electrical currents manifest in manner, such that all links to the mind source are severed. Whoa. An abnormal. I'm just thinking about tripping and mushrooms and stuff. An abnormal disruption of the current of the flowing electrical current manifest in manner. You out of that electrical current that was manifesting the matter that you was visibly seeing or interacting with or whatever it is, and now you on a different vibe, different frequency, or it's severed. How he putting it? Cause he went through this for a couple months, like a month and some days, not really knowing what was going on, but knowing he had to write everything down to whatever happens. He was tying on paper. The veil, UL says. This very condition occurs when there is an improper union between the spiraling waveforms as they meet up at the center point of the gravity axis. A further diagram also helps explain. A proper union of the two incoming waveforms involves a dynamic dance that unites them both while it simultaneously maintaining a continuous connection to the mind source, one that subsequently allows for the correct transition to the centrifugal discharge action. Indeed, it is vitally important to ensure that there is an ordered transition from the centripetal inward motion to a centrifugal outward motion so that the electrical current can ultimately return back to the mind source. You got a lot of stuff going on. I see Jesus. This is something new. I don't know about that. I mean, not know about that, but I never heard about that. The dragon swallowing his own tail is a symbol for the abnormal union of the waveform patterns established to manifest the physical universe. It is the symbol that denotes the improper union of matter in terms of the electrical circuit that produces it. Y'all thought these guys were just making red lions and blue lions and dragons for nothing? Everything is related. It will be well to note that the very physics that was revealed by very physics of the dragon. I don't know. What is that? The very physics of the dragon as revealed by Jesus will appear to have been some mathematical connection to the work of Walter Russell. Yeah, it was probably in the Gnostic text. In one of the Gnostic Gospels, like probably Thomas or something like that. Not Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. One may contrast the intensity of the fire of the various lower realms of the Gnostic hierarchy as described by Jesus with the pressure potentials that Walter Russell speak of in terms of the manifestation of the elements as laid out in his periodical table. According to Jesus, per the mathematics of the Pristus Sophia, the fire intensity difference between the cosmos wherein man resides and the outer darkness is 9 times 9 times 9 times 70, which is 51,030. 51. Now, according to Walter Russell, the periodic table of elements is comprised of 9 elements based on a Q progression involving the number 8, which indeed is the power of gravity starting at the first octave. Moreover, this same value is also the natural multiplier of gravity power as one moves through all the octaves, and he got all this going on. It's a science, I tell you. It's a science. They are saying the translation could be seen their own way. Okay. All right, thanks. I'm like, it's all connected. I keep thinking it's breaking up in different chapters when I see that bold print. Sorry, and it is different for me reading this too, because I'll look at it and I'll zone out and I'll start doing stuff when I read it. It's another story. It's like I gotta read it and then think about what I just read real fast. Alright, now certainly the mathematical multipliers given by Jesus respecting the different levels of fire of the lower realms of the Gnostic hierarchy do differ from the singular multiplier. Yeah, I don't really know what it means while I'm reading right here. But I will do differ from the singular multiplier that Walter Russell himself gives respecting the relative gravity power of the noted octaves of matter. Certainly from this one was surmised that they are not talking about exactly the same aspect of matter. How might one resolve the issue? I was thinking about how they talk about in magic how is gross matter and like light matter and stuff like that. Just how they word it. It's just words, but how they word it is like gross matter. It's a lighter substance of matter. I remember hearing about that. Previously, as noted, carbon has, there go the melting point. Carbon has the highest melting point of all the elements on the periodic table at some 3,600 degrees. Probably Celsius too. And yet carbon itself by no means possesses the greatest gravity power. Indeed, being at the end of the 4th octave, its gravity power value is nowhere near to being as extreme as the elements at the far end of the periodic table, as present within the 6th, 8th, and 9th octave. Quite clearly, the latter possess gravity pressure potentials million times greater than that of carbon. Gravity potential aside, however, where carbon does rule supreme, so to speak, is with the respect to its melting point. In light of this, one may surmise that the more complex mathematical and they close related to temperature and they change of states. All the souls which are led into the region will be frozen up in the violent cold hell. Yeah. Cool.
We're playing hiding.
Nana, play out there. Play out there, baby girl.
I'm hiding someone else.
I was looking for my phone, but I gave it up for a second. Yeah, hopefully some more clues come around, because I want to know more about this. Yeah, he was on a trip. That's why I was saying the way he wrote it. I like that he was actually trying to put it into some kind of science. He looked like he drew those pictures. 39 days. Alright, I wanted to remember the days so I can get that in my memory. And the thing is, he knew exactly what he was talking about. That's what's wild about it. He knows exactly what he was talking about. Yeah, I had to look into some of his books, see what's going on, cause he seems like a real prominent figure. To glance by, see what the universe in his mind was about. In the wave lies the secret creation, a new concept of the universe, atomic suicide. Oh, they got me. I saw atomic suicide. I was like, let me click. Got more charts, more charts. And this is a wild way to look at it too. Like in your chemistry books, you don't see none of this. They got the Fibonacci sequence, the golden spiral going on right there. All direction is curved. I remember hearing about that a lot when they say there's no such thing as a straight line. The law generated matter seeks higher pressure zones. Yeah, they didn't go more in detail. No such thing as a straight line. Oh. Hey guys, I think you well and family. I think I'm gonna sign out a bit soon. I don't want to be yawning. I'm relaxed and feeling good. I gotta get my energy body back up. The sun is shining. Get a taste of it. Had some fun. I got a new skateboard. Skate again. But this was wonderful. We covered a lot of topics, and the stream went through went through really nice. No real interruptions and saying stream lagging. Nobody was coming on saying, hey, the stream lagging or can't hear you or any of that cool things. So we moving on in. And yeah, I'm gonna keep. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, 420 lifestyles. Thanks for all the viewpoints and giving me your opinions and giving us some tangents to go off of. And Break the Matrix for the conversation, for the conversation that we were having. and all the points that was leading to. Hopefully, you having dope time at the park. I know you was planning on doing that the rest of your day. And who else was jumping on? Daniel Uri and the Holy Ruckus. The Holy Ruckus. Thanks for coming by. Matias Sanchez. So I hope you enjoyed the conversations. Astro Way popped in. Again, check out his YouTube channel. Got the mushroom growing. If you want to know what to do. Or just watch some awesome time lapse. Like whoever you got in there, man, they know how to do their thing. And who else? I'm still going down the list. I think that was everybody but you. Well. Thank you. This was an awesome sharing. This awesome sharing back and forth experience, flowing, tying it all out. Because now, like you know, we got to add the gut to the heart and the mind. We got to add that to the flow and the speech and flogans now. Because that's what we doing. We taking care of everything. All the ins and outs in a way that is fun, relaxing, and not so cumbersome. Not in the way so much. But it's something we're going to... Y'all know how... Y'all had the experience. Y'all let me know how it was. But you well, Adams. So, salute. And one to everybody. Ty, always check out go on the Instagrams and the Facebooks. I'm going to get it soon so I can stream live on Facebook and Instagram. I'm going to get the Ustream like King Oz. Check out King Oz channel and True Life Streams, the general. Check them out. I'm gonna get that there so that I can stream on both platforms. See how that plays out, and really just keep on upgrading and just keep on flowing from here. Keep on moving on. So, Ty, always, adios. Drop a like on this video. Hit the like button. Hit the like and share. And if you can find any way that you can I'm going to be creating a lot more things to push out to people. Like they have the actual like supply and demand type scenario going on too. But with the coming of me pushing more material and upgrading the show with donations and stuff in any way possible, even with ideas, then the show can keep on progressing. To keep on progressing and be self-sustained in ways that is multifaceted or stuff like that. Trying to get into stocks and things. So we really are propelling and moving forward and treating this as a business and as a family. Treating this as a family, because family is business. It's all the same thing. When you get the business, you go to one way. When you get to hey, you All right, got new family over here. Gotta learn the ropes. Now let's close the door. So yeah, that's all fine and dandy. It's all time to breathe. But yeah, bang bada boom. I will see you in the next room. Have sweet and nice dreams. Dream well.